Introduction to Personal Responsibility. I am of the opinion that my life belongs to the whole community, and as long as I live, it is my privilege to do for it whatever I can. I want to be thoroughly used up when I die, for the harder I work the more I live. George Bernard Shaw. The above quotation is one that I find very fascinating. Unfortunately, many people are ignorant of this truth in many developing and underdeveloped nations. It tends to teach us our essence of living. Since you and I cannot isolate ourselves from the community or country we originate from or live in, we are duty-bound to contribute to meeting the needs of the society by solving fractions of the problems within our capacities. The world is full of problems confronting humanity. The environment is polluted and non-conducive for human living and sustainability. Infrastructures are either in deplorable states or not put in place at all. Poverty ravages our society like flood. Hunger leads many good people across the world into undesired crimes, prostitution, and living ignoble lives. We can't even count the number of excellent and intelligent people that have been untimely killed by the scourge of hunger. Speaking recently at the State House during a courtesy visit by members of the Alumni Association of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, the Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo, recently stated that well over 100 million Nigerians live below poverty lines. Can you picture that? That is more than 50% of the Nigerian population who go to bed hungry every night. Do you know what that means? The United Nations defined people as living below poverty line when living on less than $2 per day. As of the year 2000, the benchmark was $1 per day. It was increased to $2 as a result of reduction in values of currency and inflation. Dollar to naira was about $1 ratio or number 100 then. Now that the dollar swings between number 300 to number 400, as you can imagine, those below poverty line have just increased. Whose fault do you think this is? We will get about that shortly. What about health? Health condition of many deteriorates daily. Many citizens with potential abilities to take the nation out of the woods and carry the world to the next level have died cheaply for difficulty to raise fund as low as $5. Even less for malaria medicine or pay little medical fees. We cannot even mention enough the mortality and maternal rate that has refused to be significantly controlled because of deplorable living conditions of the women and children. Decades past in the world, we could sleep with two eyes closed, but today, how many people, both rich and poor, can sleep with one eye closed? The challenges are countless and appear to be beyond any possible solutions. This is the situation we have found ourselves in Nigeria today. Still, permit me to ask you, who is responsible for all these? For ages, for all the reasons mentioned above and many more, minds of mankind, from every race and color, have been inundated with the common question: when are we going to be free from these endless problems? We have waited long enough, yet no answer in sight. Often we fail to ask the most critical questions: who created the problems? Who are those responsible for fixing the problems? Until we provide credible answers to those puzzles, solutions are not yet near in any way. The popular opinion is that it's either government is held responsible or we hold God accountable. However, in this book, I am going to show you how that you and I are the ones responsible for the situation in our dear country. Yes, you read that right. It isn't the government, nor is it the founding fathers. It is you and I. Is that shocking for you? Please read on. Many times we have wrong perspective about our problems. One of the most common errors of Nigerians and Africans at large is our default mindset of shifting the blame of our challenges on someone else. We are too quick to blame God, government, or other people for our predicament. Do I tell you the truth? You and I are part of the problems. We were part of the problems because of our actions or inaction, and therefore we are key in finding solutions to all human problems. It occurs to me that the reason many problems still exist around us is because you and I, responsible for fixing them, have distanced ourselves Every other person, including those in government, might have been making trial and error efforts, which is why the problems are never got solved. A lot of us have forgotten that we are one big world and not just a bunch of individuals, and therefore we do have a responsibility to one another as humans. No matter the age and times the problems were created or had existed, they can be corrected now. There is no problem that cannot be solved now. It is the noblest thing to solve problems you never created. It is improper to ever think we can leave this world the way we met it. We live in the world we create. We endure the pains of problems we directly or indirectly contribute to its existence. We must live with the problem we fail to solve. What's worse, we will pass on same problems to our children and subsequent generations. As economic recession bits. On August 27, 2016, the federal government of Nigeria, through the Honorable Minister of Finance Mrs. Kemi Adeosun, announced that the country has technically entered recession occasioned by the violent activities in the Niger Delta leading to oil pipeline vandalism and global fall in oil prices. Parameters below and many more are some of the statistics summarizing the recession. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) report published by the Punch newspaper, the nation's external reserves dropped sharply by 2.86%, bringing it to $25.45 billion as of August 29, 2016. The foreign exchange reserves had stood at $26.2 billion at the July ending. All the reports showed a negative outlook of the nation's economy as inflation rose to 17.1% from 16.5%. The unemployment rate, previously standing at 12.1%, increased to 13.3%, while the investment inflows snapped to the lowest levels at $647.1 million from the previous lower value of $710 million. Can you imagine that? The interpretation of all the above parameters is that things were not well with Nigeria's economic situation. As expected, the government also announced its plans to ensure that the nation survives the downtime in order to reduce the impact of hardship on common man. In her reasoning, the finance minister believes that the fundamental steps required to survive the negative conditions are to diversify the economy and attack the infrastructural deficits. In addition, Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, on the other hand, claimed that the way out of the economy recession was science and technology innovations. On the contrary, a professor of economics, Oluwaje Akaya, in a chat with Sunday Vanguard, said the solution to the recession is to increase local production to about 70% from the domestic sources. Though the government provided the reasons behind the recession as fall in oil price and militancy activities, I believe that beyond that, lack of individual responsibilities played more roles than the above reasons. I mean, lack of personal responsibility. While the above measures are highly commendable as they are truly fundamentals to the growth of the country, in my own opinion, the more fundamental way not just to overcome the recession but to repositioning Nigeria among top economies in the world is encouraging what I call personal responsibility. So, throughout this book, we shall be considering how you can transform your life and people around you, economic recession notwithstanding. Do you know that you can help bail Nigeria out of any wood she is in? Does that sound outrageous? I am going to show you how to do that in this book. You can consequently help bail Nigeria out of the economic quagmire. And the man broke his leg. One of my mentees shared this shocking story with me. Mr. Michael, not real name, was a senior manager in a big organization in Lagos. He was fully aware of all safety rules and policies of his organization. One day, as he was passing, he observed water spilling from water dispenser on a part of the floor. As the safety custom of the organization, he had two options before him. Either to call attention of the cleaner who was not available at the time of incident or to mop the floor in person. He neglected it, thinking, "It is not my responsibility." On his way back, he had forgotten the spillage and attempted to walk past the spot of the wet floor. Unfortunately, he tripped, fell and broke his leg. He was hospitalized for several weeks. Why? Refusal to take personal responsibility ran him into trouble. He spent a large part of the savings he had for an avoidable reason. He was hospitalized and became unfit for the task he was handling. The company wasted a lot of money on the hospital bills before eventually taking a nasty decision. Oops, he lost the juicy job and went economic bankrupt over time. Michael failed in his responsibilities and inflicted problems on himself, family and the company. He has created avoidable challenges for his family and company. This better explains the situation and mindset of Nigerians. We are comfortable being irresponsible to taking care of ourselves, society and environments. The repercussions and consequences of our irresponsibility are the problems confronting us as individuals, family, community or the country at large. The consequence of not taking action is not on the government or the nations around us. The consequence of us not taking responsibility is on us and our own children. Combinations of all the problems caused by individuals constitute family or society problems, and combinations of all society's problems form the state and national problems. The big problems confronting our nation today are developed in fractions as a result of our actions and inactions, hence they can quickly and more easily be solved through fractions of contributions from you and me. But unfortunately, we have wrong frames of mind, blaming the root causes of problems as well as hopes of escape on external factors, other people, God or the government. This frame of mind is what I call principalities of mentality. In fact, I heard very shockingly that some go to church to pray about the problems of Nigeria. They want God to come down and solve the problems that humans created. Does this sound intelligent to you? Our mentalities and way of thinking form terrible principalities fighting against our prosperity, collectively and individually, by wrong beliefs about our problems, the roots and the solutions. If you are then praying against the enemies of the country, guess what? You are praying against you and me. Majority of Nigerians have and are still experiencing shattered hope, broken lives because of wrong orientation and disposition to the roles they are to play in personal and national transformation. The easiest way to national transformation is personal transformation. This book in your hand is written to dismantle the principalities of mentality. You are the principal to solve that problem. Solution to Nigeria's problems, including the present economic problems, are in your hand. The problems meant to be solved by you or me can never be solved by God, the other man, or constituted authority. It is time to be personally responsible. Get up, get your hands dirty working out something great. Why the wait? Do something for yourself and the society. You can transform your nation by personal responsibility. The tools by which you can transform the nation is what I will be sharing with you in this book. So, open the pages and begin the experience of a lifetime. For the love of God, church and nations. Sunday Atalaya, Chapter 1. What is personal responsibility? There are two primary choices in life: to accept conditions as they exist, or accept the responsibility for changing them. Dennis Waitley. Dear reader, have you ever been concerned about finding solutions to challenges bedeviling you, family or nation? This simple phrase, personal responsibility, provides the entire panacea. And this is what this book is all about, to show you how to use this most powerful tool to your advantage, solving problems, making positive waves and living your life to the full. To achieve the above, changing your mindset from your old mentality is key, and that is what this book will do for you. First, let me explain to you what personal responsibility means. 1. Personal responsibility is when you have a duty to deal with something or control a situation. 2. Personal responsibility is when you are accountable or taking blame for something. 3. Personal responsibility is when you cause something to happen. 4. Personal responsibility is when you have a duty or task that you are required or expected to do. 5. Personal responsibility is when you do something because it is morally right, legally required, etc. 6. Personal responsibility is when you desire to be in charge or in control of an action or situation. 7. Personal responsibility is when you acknowledge the fact that I am personally responsible for what is happening in my life, in my surrounding and in my nation. 8. Personal responsibility is when you are responsible for results and consequences of your decisions, actions and inactions in a given situation or circumstance. 9. Personal responsibility is when you volunteer to be in charge of duties, tasks and ready to see to its fulfillment. 10. Personal responsibility is when you refuse to submit your life into the hands of others, but would prefer to rather be a man and provide for your own needs. 11. Personal responsibility is when you refuse to run away from challenges and difficulties, when you refuse to blame others, when you decide to rise to the occasion. 12. Personal responsibility is when you see a problem and refuse to be indifferent but decide to rather look for ways and means of resolving the problem. Constitutionally, Nigeria operates 3 arms of government: the executive, legislative and judiciary. I have decided to add another arm, the 4th arm of government. Personal responsibility is what I refer to as the 4th arm of government in this book. So the whole essence of the book is for you to learn how you can explore the power and wealth of this 4th arm of government. You will use the power of personal responsibility to solve majority of problems confronting us as individuals or countrywide. Personal responsibility provides you the easiest and simplest ways of solving simple or complex problems. The problems you see around you appearing as complex are mere imaginations. It becomes so simple if only one person like you can rise up to the occasion. Waiting for government or corporate entity to solve simple problems can even compound them, due to overriding interests of parties involved. Let us look at this story of this young man, Dayo Olukulehan. Nigerian Dayo Olukulehan, from personal responsibility to global enterprise. In 2012, Dr. Dayo Olukulehan was a young medical doctor doing his post-graduation housemanship at the Olukoi Ransom Kuti Children Emergency Ward, Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Luth, Idi Araba, Lagos. The hospital where he served was inundated with a serious problem causing him sleepless nights. The problem was connected with lack of electronic lung ventilators specifically designed to assist unconscious patients breathe. It was a norm in the hospital and indeed, many hospitals across the country, leading to quantum loss of patients in thousands or a million world over. Dayo could have resigned to fate and watch patients die like other doctors who only complain about the problems and failure of the authority to supply adequate ventilator. It became a complex challenge with no future solution in view. But Dayo had got a river of passion flowing through him, pushing him to embark on a scientific journey to invent a much cheaper and easy-to-operate ventilator. The existing conventional ventilators averagely cost $30,000 and alternatively, the low-cost one, which was still under development, was to be sold for $3,000 when released to market. Dayo made up his mind to challenge the problem in order to save millions of lives through inventing most affordable ventilator for the world. After much efforts and consultations with other Nigerian experts, Kunle Sorinyan, Dayo and co. made a major breakthrough by inventing a portable battery-operated ventilator, called D-Box. Guess what? The D-Box was produced at an introductory price of $300, the cheapest and easiest to operate or maintain world over. In addition to solving the problems of cost and respiratory failure, Dr. Dayo has changed the history of medicine all over the world. He had saved his colleagues the stress of indefinitely ventilating patients manually using a CPR bag. On instances in which patients are ventilated for several days, health workers who should have been productively attending to other patients would have to take turns to keep those patients alive by manually compressing the CPR bag. Solving the problems placed him above his colleagues, including directors in the profession. He thereafter suddenly became MD, CEO of big company and a regular speaker at international events across the globe. The problem presented itself to the entire industry as a complex challenge with no hope of solution in sight for decades, until a young Nigerian decided to simplify it and find a solution to it. Dear reader, get this clear: every problem you solve raises you above a contemporary level in the society and nation. Conversely, every problem you dodge leaves you below the bottom line or places you below status quo. No other way to get to the top than solving problems confronting humanity. You can be the next Dr. DSA-You. What problems can you identify around you? Problems you see around may be waiting for you to fix. Perhaps for 10, 15 or 20 years, you have been seeing the challenges and complaining that somebody else has refused to fix it. You want to know the truth. They are there for you to solve. A local problem, global solution. There are uncountable lessons to learn from Dr. DSA-You. DSA-You picked the local problem, created a global outlook of the problems and turned the local disasters to global phenomenon. You can be the next DSA-You in engineering, law, education, finance, your organization, community or even nation. Yes, you can. Just pick and solve that local problem in your environment. You may be on your way to creating global solutions. Globally, apart from manual mode of operation, there were other major issues associated with an old ventilator, such as the big size and the process. The process of ventilating patients was also too sophisticated, as it required electricity to power it. In the event of power outage, it poses great challenges to the users and increased the chances of patients not surviving the attack. But DSA-You's D-Box is unique as it is less sophisticated, battery-powered, cheaper, portable and easier to operate. While the big teaching hospitals where he served could only afford about 5 or 6 units of ventilators powered by electricity, with the D-Box, the hospital could conveniently afford 100 units each running on battery power for 8 to 12 hours. It's an amazing breakthrough, you will say. Your own amazing breakthrough is on the way. Just open your mind as you read on. Innovation and creativity is key here. It is important for you to know that it's probably not your office, community or nation alone facing the challenge you complain about. Others may be affected too and waiting for a Messiah. You are the Messiah. Get up. Why the wait? Do something. Have you ever complained about the long queue in the hospital? Have you ever complained about lack of jobs in the country? Have you ever complained about hunger and poverty in the land? Have you ever complained about the deplorable state of our roads? Why don't you create a solution to tackle it and get your name written in gold? You are gold, a precious ornament. The gold in you will remain a charcoal until you activate problem-solving mode. Stand up now, turn your local problem to global fame. God is not to blame. We have often complained about many problems, pushing the entire blame on God or the government. That is about to change now. The history of everything created and yet to be created, be it science or philosophy, originated from the origin himself, called the Almighty God. God desired to live comfortably and be worshipped in the midst of creatures other than angels, and then he came up with an idea to create creatures called man. But he knew that for him to live comfortably with man, man must also live comfortably. Meaning he must take personal responsibility of creating every object man needs to enjoy fellowship with him. These include but not limited to environment, animals, grass, herbs for food and drug, usable water, skyway, road, houses for the use of man. Then he took the first personal responsibility. Nothing was ever in existence to beckon on him to create man, light, water, animal, grass and all that are required to live a comfortable life. He used his personal initiatives to create everything all the same. To achieve the creation, he was confronted with problem of darkness, shapelessness and zero structure. I understand that readers of this masterpiece are drawn from various religious opinions, but permit me to make some references to the Bible to help you understand this better. In the very beginning, the whole earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. General 1-2. God never complained about the thickness of darkness, rather, he created light. General 1-2. He was not even known to be encouraged by his angels. He took the initiative and pursued it vigorously. After creating the earth and all that are in the world, he handed over the models and resources to man to continue confronting other problems, challenging living standard of mankind and come up with solutions to address the issues. He never returned to heaven with technology of creation ability and tendencies. He dropped everything here for man's use. And God blessed man and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over every living thing that moved upon the earth. General 128. Fruitfulness could be seen from perspectives of procreation as well as inventing agricultural technology to produce more. Multiplying is made possible by mathematical science. Dominion could be taken as military might rule over or to secure your territory with inventions of ammunitions or social leadership. Dominion is also conquering a specific sphere of influence, be it business or politics. Dictionary.com defined replenish as to make full or complete again, as by supplying what is lacking. The above suggest that mankind, you and I, have been given the power to reproduce, invent, recreate and make decisions that have potentials to make the world a better place for all. Now you have seen that you are the mini-god of the earth. I mean, you have been put in charge to create solutions to the problems confronting your family, community or the nation at large. Government not your creator. As we learned from the above section, you are well endowed with all that you need not only to make your life comfortable but also to help the state and your neighbors live above problems. It is unfortunate that many, maybe including you, have turned the government to their creator, expecting the government to provide them everything. This attitude is opposite of the reality of your ability. People find it difficult to unravel this mystery because the resources to unlock abundant provisions for a purposeful living, free of anxiety and unnecessary dependency, are deposited as potentials in individuals. The potentials are like raw, natural resources. Until you excavate and dig them up, process them and utilize them to transform problems to prosperity, they remain fallow and you remain poor. Permit me to state categorically that you insult your creator and yourself whenever you complain against government or God about problems for which you've got potentials to solve. The keys to unearth the potentials and the conversion power are loaded in the container called personal responsibility. It is a master key that you can use to unlock any condition and open channels to unending laughter. Perhaps the reason the government has not lived up to our expectations on development is your refusal to release the key to unlock its solution box of national transformation. You may not have to carry the burden of a nation all alone. Apparently, that may be too heavy for any man, but you can start by confronting a small challenge in the compound near to you or the road beside your house. You can sponsor enrollment of a poor child in school and watch as that little help translate in a national movement. I believe you have been able to see that you have deposited potentials by default to turn those mountains into building blocks for the good of everyone around you. It is time to change your old mindset of overdependency on God and government. Turn on that ability in you through personal responsibility and see the magic you have been waiting for. Peradventure you have been mixing up the word governance with a government like I used to many years before now. The next chapter will change your mind. Let's go there. 1. Personal responsibility is when you acknowledge the fact that I am personally responsible for what is happening in my life, in my surrounding and in my nation. 2. Personal responsibility provides the easiest and simplest ways of solving simple or complex problems. 3. The problems we see around us appearing as complex are mere imaginations. It becomes so simple if only one person like you can rise up to the occasion. 4. Just pick and solve that local problem in your environment. You may be on your way to creating global solutions. 5. The potentials are like raw, natural resources. Until you excavate and dig them up, process them and utilize them to transform problems to prosperity, they remain fallow and you remain poor. 6. You are the Messiah. Get up. Why waiting? Do something. 7. You are the mini-god of the earth. Sunday Atalaya. Chapter 2. From Government to Governance. As I write this book, I have one of my assistants here that told me a very compelling story that highlights the high level of irresponsibility in our country. He grew up in a Nigerian city where there were some neighbors who were involved in the illegal transaction of petroleum commodities. There was always chaos in the neighborhood whenever the law enforcement agents come calling. These boys would create pandemonium in their search for an escape route. What never occurred to my friend and his fellow, high-fenced, secured neighbors is that they share the blame in the consequences of the ensued chaos. They could actually have helped these boys when they were a lot younger. Even presently, they could still offer them some help in getting them off the streets. Rather, they chose to complain about those boys' presence in their neighborhood and blame their parents for not doing enough in bringing them up. They also blamed the government for not helping these boys with some form of aid, scholarship and employment. If these boys were well taken care of by the people who lived within these high fences, these boys could have grown up to become responsible and self-reliant individuals who would have in turn looked out for the security of the neighborhood. They in fact subconsciously contributed to whom these boys became a threat and dread to the whole neighborhood. The negligence of these boys, the lack of care and the failure to provide welfare for them, led to who they became. The arrogance at which the well-to-do neighbors looked down at these boys was a sign of irresponsibility. Helping these boys become productive could have done a lot of good to the neighborhood. It would have had a positive impact on the economy not just of the community, but on the nation at large. These boys would have become tax-paying entrepreneurs who are respected and would never have any cause to go into crime or violate the rule of law. But the principality of neighbors' mentality kidnapped their subconscious minds and continues to blindfold them as they claim that the government's irresponsibility and parenthood failure are the causes of terror meted on the community by area boys. If you were in the position of those neighbors, what do you think you would do differently? We have thousands of such cases of active irresponsibility involving all of us. I was told of a touching story of one community in Abuja, Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory. The only road leading to the settlement was in a deplorable state. Everyone in the community continued to blame the Federal Capital Development Authority and the Area Council Authority for neglecting the road and thereby making life unbearable for them. The people of the community, including the church, are financially capable of contributing a token of between 20,000 naira or $60 to 50,000 naira, or $100 each to fix the small section of the dilapidated road. Since fixing the small section of the dilapidated road was not budgeted for by government, everybody in the community felt it was not his or her responsibility, and the state of the road worsened until people's cars started getting bad. Some had to spend as much as 100,000 naira, or $250 or more to fix avoidable problems like car repairs and accidents. You and I are probably guilty of similar situations. With the episodes above, I like to delve into the subject of government versus governance concept. This is so pertinent because until we get the concept right, we will continue to suffer unnecessary untold hardship. If we continue to expect our problems to fix themselves, as you can imagine, the waiting will be endless. I will be clearing confusion of centuries over the principles of government and governance in this chapter. Government and the actors in government. Government is the constituted sole authority operating at local, state or federal level, established by law to rule, control, enact laws that are binding on all the citizens and sanction offenders according to the established laws. The government uses the instruments of the laws to guide, regulate and set direction for the communities, state or nations based on the areas of influence. Latavina V. Carino, a university professor and dean at National College of Public Administration and Governance, University of the Philippines, wrote of government and governance as below. Government can have a connotation of being interested only in maintenance and in preserving peace and order. Governance implies leadership towards societal development. The above quotation looks at government and governance from different perspectives, suggesting that they are not exactly the same as popular opinion may tell. While government is limited to certain duties, governance is assumed to have broader outlook of leading the course of holistic society development. Do you understand the difference now? We all don't need to be in government, but we can still govern. That is, you and I can provide governance. Government is composed of elected or appointed officials who may perform one duty or the other within the boundary of law of the land. The roles of government. Dr. Almond Leroy Wade Jr., University President and Professor of Political Science, Cyberland University of North America, provided insights into basic roles of government. They help us understand major functions of modern government. These include 1. Foreign diplomacy. 2. Military defense. 3. Maintenance of domestic order. 4. Administration of justice. 5. Protection of civil liberties. 6. Provision for and regulation of the conduct of periodic elections. 7. Provision for public goods and services. 8. Promotion of economic growth and development. 9. Operation of social insurance programs to prevent future poverty, and 10. Operation of social welfare programs to alleviate existing poverty. Due to inability of any government of the world to meet human needs, Almond stated further that provision of goods and services widely desired by individuals and groups within society should be left to the private economic sector and its market mechanism. If you understand this, now you know that it is this concept that constitutes the pillar upon which public-private partnership was developed to allow joint infrastructure and social development between government having the limited knowledge and sometimes resources partner with the private to bring transformation to the people. Innovations rest in the hand of the public. The private economic sector and its market mechanism include you and your family members, your neighbor, members of religious body, and myself. We are all included, actors in government. The actors in government are the official employed in the civil service or public service as well as elected and political office holders. They may include the police, ministry staff, chief judge, governor, president, among others. They are so limited in number to ever meet the need of every citizen. The limit of scope, ability and opportunities available are very tiny compared to those in governance coverage. Now let us look at concept of governance. Governance and the actors in governance. You are most likely making the same mistakes I made years back, seeing and treating public affairs as exclusive domain of government. I mixed up governance with the government, forgetting that affairs of government are the affairs of all and the challenges of society are the problems of all of us. I fell in love with the way President Joseph Ejercito Estrada of the Republic of the Philippines exemplified distinction between government and governance in one of his keynote addresses to the World Conference on Governance. The involvement of sectors beyond the state in the management of public affairs, based on their common interest and fate as sharers of the same earth, bound by similar aspirations, committed to the same public concerns. As quoted above, Estrada made effort to open the eyes of the world to the necessity of individuals or groups of individuals to see themselves as stakeholders or shareholder in providing or maintaining goods or services in order to meet the needs of the public. Louise Frechette, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, added more beauty to that thought, saying that governance is not something the state does to society, but the way society itself, and the individuals who compose it, regulate all the different aspects of their collective life. In governance, everyone in the society, including you and I, are actively engaged in managing public affairs, providing public good and services for social benefits. This is one of the foundations upon which public-private partnership is built on. In the second aspect of this book, you will see how Lateef Olaniyan, a Nigerian American, has championed a medical course by providing free medical services and education for thousands of Nigerians, thereby helping both the government and the ordinary people. Now that is governance, that is what any of us can do, that is what you can do. The government at all times controls and regulates all activities, including private individuals and groups, by continually providing enabling environment for all, as each actively plays his or her roles to ensure law and order are maintained. Governance places a clarion call on everyone to do something in an effort to moving the society to a greater level of comfort. So what is the problem? The problem with you is the problem with me years back, the same with everyone. Rather than for us to see the government as principal enabler, provider of law and facilitator in the process of solving myriads of society's problems, we push everything and every blame on the government and expect it to do everything. Innovation drives development and the powers of innovation rests with you and me. Yes, the government has the biggest responsibilities as it controls the power of state, but the principle that governs development of society rests on shared responsibility and shared accountability too. Now that you understand this, what are you going to do? Are you going to take responsibility for everything around you, or you are just going to complain? Are you going to be involved in governance, or you will continue to heap all the blames on the government? Stop demanding for a solution to a problem when you are there. You are the solution you have been waiting for. A very important and clear distinction between governance and government is that the people, being integral part of governance, must at all times strive to meet their needs, while the government create an enabling environment within which the people can actualize dreams of meeting those needs. From time to time, the government is required to change or modify policies and state laws to provide directions for human capacity development, incentive structures, and other resources. The people for which the policies are developed should participate in the process leading to final policies output to ensure they meet the requirement for them to manage resources or to deliver services directly for the public. To support markets and communities, government also facilitates development by providing resources such as physical infrastructure, research and development programs, grants and loans, incentives, information or data, technical expertise and advice, among others. Let us conclude the above discussion this way. Our major problem is that we have seen the government and actors in government as having the exclusive rights and duty to governance, to meeting our needs. Actors in governance. The two principal actors in governance are 1. The civil society, and secondly, the market. You must not have a wrong notion about what constitutes civil society. Some believe that the civil society is exclusive reserve of registered non-government. Well, you have to know that every citizen is referred to civil society. The composition of civil society begins with you or me as an individual. Now we know that if our county must rise from the dust she has found herself in, then we must rise up to the force of personal responsibility. The markets are the private sector professionals who constitute and determine forces of nation economy. In addition to contributing enormously to economic growth, the markets as a part of governance drives efforts towards building the society through corporate social responsibility and personal responsibility. By now, you should know that you are part of governance structure, and as a result, you have a big role to play in making the world a better place. Brazil, Nigeria and India. Why Nigeria remain backward? You remember I earlier stated that innovation drives development and the powers of innovation rests with you and me. Okay, I will expatiate on this in this section. Let me tell you a shocking story. About 4 decades ago, a group of researchers, after taking critical assessments of natural and human resources across continents, predicted that 3 among the bottom poor nations of that time, Brazil, Nigeria and India, were 3 countries potentially positioned to join giant economies of the world by early 2000s. Decades later, Brazil has joined developed nations. India is very close, leaving only Nigeria still far behind among the developing nations. The reason for this backwardness has been attributed to many factors, the chiefs of which are lack of locally developed technologies and economic transparency. Certainly, you will agree with me that manufacturing of products and services through locally developed technologies are championed through personal responsibility of individuals, not necessarily by government. But Nigerians left technology in the hand of government, which should rather regulate technology industry. According to 2015 Global Innovation Index ranking, Brazil ranks 61, India 76 and Nigeria 110 out of 173 countries evaluated. On 2015 Global Information Technology Network Readiness Index by World Economic Forum, out of 148 countries, Brazil ranks 69, India 83 and Nigeria 112. Transparency International's 2015 Corruption Index put Nigeria top at 38th most corrupt countries, India 89 and Brazil 105 out of 174. I hope you are following this illustration. Creating frontiers of investments in alternative sources of electricity, hydro, renewable, nuclear, wind, coal, natural gas, etc. Brazil can currently boast as ninth producer of electricity in the world. It is also reputed for inventing automatic vehicle systems, electronic voting systems and hot air balloon flight technology, among others. On the other hand, India is popularly respected for creating her frontiers of investments in areas of space technology, ICT and software development, electricity generation, radio, wireless communication, among others. However, Nigeria has always relied solely on technologies and products developed by foreign experts who took personal responsibilities to create a new world for their people and the world. As we continue to import technologies and products, we continually export jobs and import poverty for our people. Only technology developed by African professionals can fully address African problems. And those technologies are products of individual personal innovative works or interventions by group of individuals. You know what? We can bring this change to be. Pause. Just imagine a world where each country is forbidden to use technologies produced from other countries. Where do you think we will stand? Some developing countries may look like people of the Stone Age. The factor mainly responsible for our country's failure to move up the ladder in the comedy of developed nations is lack of individual dedication to personal responsibility in the technology sector. Government does not have the wherewithal to create technology. It is the responsibility of indigenous scientists. You and I were born to make those inventions. Same is true for every other sector facing decay in Nigeria. Why was I born a Nigerian? I have often heard countless Nigerians lament that it was a mistake they were born a Nigerian citizen. They prefer to have been born an American, European, Israeli and so on and so forth. The reasons are not far-fetched. The states of socio-economic, social-political development of the other nations are better. Recently, conversation ensued between two intimate friends. They did everything together, including traveling the world together. When you see one, you see the other. They were so bonded that they almost became one indivisible soul, and each of them was aware of the countless problems confronting Nigeria. Only one thing separated them. One chose to appreciate being born a Nigerian, all the challenge notwithstanding. The other chose the other path. He regretted being a Nigerian. After much persuasions from Simon, the patriotic friend, Tony, the unpatriotic who could not fathom why he was unlucky to be a Nigerian, engaged Simon in a heated argument, raising his voice as written below. Can you really tell me why you're so fantasized about Nigeria? Is it because of the decayed or non-existing social infrastructure or the corrupt government that continually loot the treasury dry? Or do we talk about the over 60% of the entire population ravaged in poverty despite the abundant natural resources the country is endowed with? Or the way university graduates roam the street looking for jobs that are not there anywhere, thereby ending up becoming motorcycle riders? What of the escalating insecurity which reigns supreme, or can you walk free in the streets by 12 a.m.? What of election rigging that has become the norm, where casting your vote is a total waste of time? Simon became confused and his patriotism almost dropped sharply. Before he could answer the long questions, Tony reminded him how they lost their third best friend in the ring to armed robbery attack when he visited Nigeria. Simon felt more confused and went cold watching Tony doing the talk. Tony concluded that Simon's unbroken pride is equivalent to rubber stamping the bad government policies and running of our country. In his own opinion, it was a mistake. He was born a Nigerian by his parent and advised that the best way to put the society and Nigerian government on its toes is to constantly rebuke the flawed system like the late Fela Anikulapo or the freedom fighter, late Gani Fawehinmi. But surprisingly, Simon gave an unexpected response to Tony's questions and admonitions. Here's Simon's response. Sincerely, I am disappointed of course in the deplorable state of our nation. I mean, increasing poverty level and hunger, the stupidity of our leaders, the insecurity, the corrupt government officials, non-existent power supply, very bad roads, lack of positive energies in the young people who should be at the forefront building the nation, among many other societal ills you can't finish mentioning. But above all, I am still proud not only to be born a Nigerian, but also to be called and identified as a Nigerian. No other place can be better than your root. If something is not working, then you fix it. I belong to the class of Simon and I plead you should too. My sojourn in foreign land over the past 3 decades has shown me that there is no place like your own home. Citizens of the countries you adore today fixed their bad state yesteryears to become the pride of the globe today. Why can't we rise up to build ours? The wrong mentality of Tony conditioned him to reason in line with popular opinion of Nigerians that only the government was responsible for all of our problems and must only be solved by the government. Simon understood the principle of governance. He realized he was a part of the governance and is therefore also responsible for fixing the problems. The Gani Fawehinmi Simeon talked about was a man proud of being born a Nigerian. That was why he stood up firmly to challenge and stamp out the corruption he hated in the system just because he believed his contribution could make the society safe and comfortable for him and everyone. He recognized he was born a Nigerian to make Nigeria better for all. That is my main purpose as well, to make life better for the good people of Nigeria. I believe that is your purpose too, dear reader. We were born to fix Nigeria. Take your time to study great minds like the Gani Fawehinmi, Professor Wole Soyinka, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, Okonjo-Iweala, who have all made the country proud at one point or the other. They'll tell you they are not happy with the state of the nation as well, but they are proud to be Nigerians, which informed their decisions to raise the flag of the nation in honor globally. I feel a serious nostalgia for Nigeria, my fatherland. The culture is second to none in the world. The people wear beautiful faces with broad smiles of warm reception to strangers. Each time I remember my growing up days in Nigeria, the love of my roots spread like a net in the sky. I love my family and friends back home. I love the environment, notwithstanding the enormous work that must be done to make it as conducive as Europe, where I have sojourned for decades. After decades of sojourn in Europe and around the world, my heart yearns for home. Well, there is insecurity in the land, but I feel Tony got it wrong that his best friend could only be shot in Nigeria by robbers, though a sad incident. It could have happened anywhere, be it America, London, China or anywhere else. I am sure you must be aware of all the strange killings orchestrated in America and other parts of the world. Where was Martin Luther King Jr. killed? Was it in Nigeria? Come, we have got to be proud being Nigerians. I am very proud to be 100% Nigerian. Though the country did not provide me with the opportunity to be where I am today as one of the most influential blacks in Europe, I am proud to be Nigerian because in spite of the poverty in the land in those days, through hard work, determination and good home bringing, I have reached the top in my chosen field. Nigeria provided me opportunity and the scholarship to travel to another country where I have managed my way up without any dirty deals. I am not only happy to be called Nigerian, I also teach my kids and followers to be proud of the country as well. I teach them there is still hope for this country and they represent that hope, that they are the game changers to overhaul the system to what it should be. The only reason Nigeria may have no hope is when you fail to understand why you are a Nigerian and the roles you are to play in ensuring the emergence of a new Nigeria, suitable for all to live in. When we start losing pride in ourselves, then there is no hope again. I like this statement from a friend: the worst thing that can happen to any individual or nation is to cut the thread of hope. We are the hope. I was born a Nigerian to make it great. Like Simon did, I challenge you today, stop complaining. If something is not working, then you fix it. Technology is one of the greatest tools to fix Nigeria. Technology fixed Brazil and is doing India great progressively. We can all embrace technology directly or indirectly to fix our nation. And don't be surprised, you don't have to be a technology expert to transform Nigeria through technology. Here is how. It is possible, or you can consult a technology expert who can invent certain products. Why can't you facilitate bringing them to teach Nigerian young engineers how to use the technology to bring about good products for Nigerian market? Can you see it's not really a big deal to do something big? This book will teach you a lot of workable principles you can deploy to fix the problems and win yourself the highest honor. Just be patient as you read on. I also advise you to concentrate on this book. Your life is about to take a new turn. Is Nigeria really a failure? Nigeria is not just a failed state, she is gradually on her way to overthrow Somalia and hence become the king of failed states in the world. I am forced to propose that it will not be out of place if we rechristen the state from the Federal Republic of Nigeria to the failed Republic of Disaster. The above anger was expressed by a Nigerian by name Adikunle Adebayo, a public writer, on his blog. Millions of Nigerians share the same school of thought, expressing dissatisfaction against the government of Nigeria, describing it as useless, failed, name it. Am I making attempt to pass-mark the government at all levels? No, never. The government has not been able to meet up several obligations and expectations, but I beg to disagree that our beloved country has failed. I believe Nigeria cannot fail because I am born to fix it. I have a strong hope Nigeria will not fail because you were born to fix it. If 1/4 of Nigerian population can agree they were born to fix Nigeria and are ready to be personally responsible to fix something, Nigeria will end up among the greatest developed nations. Be socially responsible. The impersonal hand of government can never replace the helping hand of a neighbor. Hubert H. Humphrey. Being socially responsible implies that people or organizations must be sensitive and responsive to social, cultural, economic, and environmental needs of their communities. We must have positive dispositions to social responsibility as individuals, organizations, or governments and ensure everyone enjoys the benefits of a peaceful environment. Most often, when government or corporate organizations embark on social interventions, the underlying factors may be to the favor of an interest group. But individual social responsibility delivers bottom-line results to the most vulnerable. This is why you and I must become socially responsible. In the closing chapters of this book, we shall be talking more and identifying the social problems in Nigeria. You will understand 90% of our problems are socially related, and in the last chapter we shall dwell more on how you can fix any of the problems effortlessly. Technology is one of the most important tools to fix all social problems in Nigeria. Part of your social responsibility efforts should be channeled to creating technologies to address the problems. I am sure you will be charged to unleash those hidden potentials in you before you finish reading this book. The atoms of national problems. Knowledge of our elementary sciences has a lot to teach us in our drive to understand personal and national problems and proffer solutions. We were taught the principles of atoms, molecules, matter, compounds, and many more. Molecules are produced from combination of atoms. Compounds are product of combination of elements. Okay, now, let's relate it with our nation. Our problems were not created as a molecule or compound block, they develop over a long period, bit by bit, one by one, and day by day. It may interest you to know that your great-grandparents and mine contributed to the problems. Your parents and mine, you and I, we all led the country to this level of unproductiveness. The problems were not created by the government, the problems were created by you and I. How did we become the talk of the globe? Nigeria itself was not corrupt. Corruption of each person make a corrupt nation. Possibly, you are not a drug addict nor criminal, but criminal activities of individual Nigerian makes the nation to be tagged with crime globally. So, in the same way, to undo the negative impact of our accumulated problems, we have to go back to each individual undoing his/her errors. We must all contribute to solving them. The responsibility still falls back to us. Ogunfe River Ibadan, a case study. The ancient city of Ibadan and its people have suffered seriously from flood, turning urban settlement to terrible slums. One of such area is Ogunfe. On many occasions, the Ogunfe River bank had exploded, flooding the community, often leading to destruction of properties worth millions of naira or death of inhabitants or passers-by. This was a very serious issue. Various reports showed that human activities are usually responsible, as people living along the river lines dump refuse indiscriminately there, causing blockage water access. In order to reduce impacts of the palaver, the government had to borrow millions of dollars loan from World Bank and other sources. The money meant for infrastructure or social developments were gulped by the project from time to time. The problem was actually caused by people of the community. As you can see, many problems originate from individuals, not government. The same goes for almost all other national problems. If every person can stop his negative contribution, it will be easy even for the government to expend the little resources on positive projects. The easiest way to solve our macro problem is to look at them from micro point of view and deal with them at micro levels. This means you have to start looking for problems you can solve now. That means you have to start looking for creative ways to solve certain problems. That means you have to look for ideas and solutions to common problems. It also means you have to identify ways you have been contributing to the menace of the society and peg it down. We have been able to see that as individuals make up a nation, so also individuals' errors are responsible for our nation's woes. Our focus is now shifted from government to governance model. Therefore, as integral part of governance structure, the nation can never get better without you undoing the bad and doing the good. The next chapter is very important as it presents to you the hidden truth about the nature of problems and what you can make out of them. Let's get into it. 1. Innovation drives development, and the powers of innovation rests with you and me. 2. The people. Being integral part of governance must at all times strive to meet their needs, while the government create an enabling environment within which the people can actualize dreams of meeting those needs. 3. But above all, I am still proud not only to be born a Nigerian, but also to be called and identified as a Nigerian. No other place can be better than your root. If something is not working, then you fix it. 4. The people for which the policies are developed should participate in the process. 5. Personal movements have transformed millions of lives across Africa and the world. 6. You are part of governance structure, and as a result, you have a big role to play in making the world a better place. 7. Citizens of the countries you adore today fixed their bad state yesteryears to become the pride of the globe. Chapter 3. Conversion power of problems. I end this chapter. I want to open your eyes to categories of people based on their perspectives to problems, the importance of problems, and how you can convert problems to prosperity. One common factor connecting all human beings is that everyone faces one problem or the other. For religion's sake, some prefer to call it challenges. However, the factor of separation that determines what becomes the fate of everyone facing similar or the same problem or challenges are what each person or group do with the problems. There are many known ways to classify people all over the world. You can classify them based on region, religion, color, race, tribes, or culture. You may also group people based on status or class they occupy in the society, that is, rich or poor. Do you get that? Problems converters versus problems compounders. For the purpose of this book, I will like to categorize people into two major distinct groups based on how they respond or react to problems in the society. Problems being referred to here could be personal, family, community, or national. The two groups are problems converters and problems compounders. The problems converters are the productively passionate people who feel uncomfortable with problems and determined to take personal responsibility towards solving or contributing to solving the problems. On the other hand, problems compounders are the people who complain about the problems without any conscious efforts towards proffering solutions to the problems. Which category do you think you belong to? Problems converters turn the problem into prosperity for someone, themselves, or the society. They see opportunities in every problem, while problems compounders see problems in every single problem. They compound every simple problem into complex ones by complaining, doing nothing, and thereby becoming nothing. Compounders create problems from every single problem. Have you ever come across this popular adage, if you are not solving a problem, then you are adding to the existing ones? You must have created thousands of problems unknowingly by being on the side of problems compounders. The compounders take solace in complaining against or attacking the acclaimed originator of the problems, the neighbor, community leaders, religious leaders, or the government. They are experts in amplifying and magnifying problems. They can turn stony problems into mountainous challenges. They can turn a molehill into a giant mountain. Our country is backward today because vast majority of the population belongs to the class of problems compounder, maybe including you. Probably less than 5% are problems converters. Are you worried what category you belong, converter or compounder? It is not so difficult to know the side you are in. Have you ever solved a problem to help the society outside your immediate family? If your answer is no, then you are a problem compounder, a major contributor to the country's problems. Examples of problems compounders or converters. The story of Daewoo we discussed in Chapter 1 is a perfect example of problems converters. He was able to convert locally identified problems into a global enterprise. He converted the problems into creating employment opportunities for countless numbers of people, which include members of staff working with him as well as marketers of the products worldwide. Problem compounders are everywhere. They are not difficult to identify. Like I said in the second paragraph above, when you choose to complain and do nothing, you are already compounding the problems on ground. Many people are into crimes all because of problems of unemployment, thereby creating more problems for the society. Who says you cannot create an NGO that caters for the unemployed or have an idea that employs others? Are you feeling guilty of inaction on your path? Never worry, there is good news. I can sense the beginning of transformation. You can become a problem solver from today. The good news. Yes, there is a good news. The hope has not been totally lost. You still have the opportunity to switch from being a problem compounder to being a problem converter. In fact, that is the essence of this book in your hand. That you devote your times to read to this point is evidence that you are determined to cross carpet to the productive side. You have my assurance that before finishing this book, your life must have been transformed into a national transformation agent. Danger of staying a problem compounder. We have established that the business of problem compounders is to either complain or attack. They are usually comfortable sitting on the fence, rather than taking a rough path to success. After reading this book and you still fail to take personal responsibility towards transforming your society, then you have chosen to be a problem compounder. Did I hear you say God forbid? Don't just say it. I believe you are getting equipped for the change. Isaiah Hankel, a Fortune consultant, international speaker, and author, in an article published in Entrepreneur magazine stated that your problems are proportional to the amount of time you spend complaining about your problems. I agree with him absolutely. The problem of our country is proportional to how many complainers we have castigating others for their problems. The more you complain, the more the problems, and conversely, the less the numbers of complainers, the fewer our national problems and the better our country becomes. I will personally appeal to you to cross over from the camp of problem compounders. The more we keep complaining about our problems, the more the attention and energy we waste. Since consistent attention produces both kinetic and potential energy, it is pertinent we divert all of our attention on proffering solutions to our various problems. Here is what I mean. It is more productive to focus on using the time and other resources researching on what can be done to change this situation than wasting the time and efforts only discussing the problems. Chances are rare, if not impossible, that you will ever get paid complaining, whereas if you just make little effort thinking or working on solution, you may hit a breakthrough for life. Thinking about problems only drains you, but exercising your mind towards solution can supply you more life, full of energy. Psychology of problems. Psychologists believe that persistently complaining negatively about a problem poses negative effects on our brain system and our overall health. I am sure you don't wish to develop that. Okay, so let's stop complaining and get up to fix our nation. A study which was reported by Stanford University News revealed that exposure to complaints lasting 30 minutes or more has capacity to peel away neurons in your hippocampus, a small but major component of the brains responsible for memory formation and problem solving. That's huge. Developing brain problem in association with complaining about national problems? This is unbelievable but true. We might link general mental challenges in our dear country to lack of innovative pursuits by our young people. Similarly, Champion Center, a group committed to raising champions in Texas, recently published on its website, www.raisingchampions.com, a study by the American Psychological Association in Developmental Psychology journal claiming that people who vent to one other about their problems for long periods of time are more likely to develop depression and anxiety. Most likely, depression and anxiety keep spreading across our nation because we fail to take personal responsibility to tackling our problems. Instead, we keep complaining about the problems, thereby continuing to accumulate depression, anxiety, and despair. If you want to attract failure, always talk about your problems. If you want to attract success, always talk and think about what makes you happy, not the problems that make you sad. If solving a particular problem makes you happy, then you are about to hit success in that line. You are not the only person not getting solution accurately at first. Keep trying, you will soon hit the success mark. Problems raise champions. History is full of people who rose on the back of problems to power and prosperity. You must have read the story of Somali-born Faduma Dayab. Somali-born Faduma Dayab was forced by circumstances beyond her control to live as a refugee in Finland together with her 4 children since the early 1990s. You need no one to tell you how horrible life is for refugees. Poverty, hunger, sickness and lack of education were common predicaments faced by the refugees. She went through it all the trauma, no hope of support from the government of Somalia or assurance of the future. Faduma was 14 years old when she learned to read and write for the first time. However, she did not worry about her forced sojourn in foreign land but embraced reality life presented her way. Faduma faced her life squarely, pursued education and got opportunity to work as a nurse, through which she had made some fortunes. She had overcome her problems and now she made up her mind to return to her home country and make history by becoming the first female president in the troubled country which suffers oppressions by Al-Shabaab insurgency. Her story has been spreading like wildfire all over the media because of her rough beginning. She rose suddenly to fame, receiving patronage and sympathy all over the world. Your problem is not a problem until you make it a problem. It is just there to bring out a champion in you. More so, a problem that is national in outlook creates an opportunity for you to be a national champion. Principality of mentality. The world we are living in is ruled by principalities. As we have principalities ruling international boundary, national government, state, town and community areas, there are principalities ruling individuals. I am not talking about demonic principalities here, though I know they exist, but that of the mind. The mind controls everything and determines the extent of growth of individuals. The thoughts and thought patterns that control your life form what I call the principalities of your mentality. You cannot be more powerful than the mental orientations you have because they control your reasoning and destiny. That is why the Book of Life says wisdom is the principal thing, and it is recommended that in all thy getting, get understanding. The story of Fadumo Debe above is a perfect example here. In spite of the shame and disappointments life presented to her as a refugee, she developed a mental state of a potential national leader who can bail her nation out of siege by insurgents. Many refugees like herself are either forced down the grave with slave mentality, die unnoticed, or resort to crimes. Because of the environment we grow from, we are all being confronted by negative principalities of mentality, controlling us to think negatively against the government about our problems in our nation, rather than being personally responsible and doing our bit to transform our lives and the nation. You cannot defeat negative principalities in your mentality except you get Mr. Principle, the wisdom, then top it up with understanding. This book is full of nuggets to transform your mental state from negative side of the graph to a positive side. Before the end of the book, I trust that you will develop positive principalities of mentality. Let the mental revolution begin. I know you must have heard of the word revolution before now. What comes to your mind at the sound of the word revolution? Perhaps like many others, you think war, battles, bloodshedding, confusion, pandemonium, calamity, and so on and so forth. If that's what is on your mind, then we are on different page. I am talking about something entirely different that has capacity to transform an individual, community, or nation. It is called mental revolution, not bloodshedding type of revolution. Bloody revolution has been experimented severally in many nations, communities, or society across the world, as whenever people are in quest for a transformation or change of status quo. Actors or champions of revolution have always undertaken it with a view to inject new style of leadership that will uplift the people from poverty to prosperity, from sickness to sound health, from homelessness to comfort. Are you with me? Military revolutions. In Nigeria, take for instance, on 15th of January 1966, General Aguiyi Ironside staged a revolutionary coup that overthrew the democratically elected parliamentary government of Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. To pave way for easy takeover, General Aguiyi Ironside and his team murdered the Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa and many other notable high-profile figures in the country. No doubt, he must have undertaken the revolution to correct the perceived problems facing the people. A group of northern soldiers got angered by the murder of political leaders, Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Northern Regional Premier Ahmadu Bello, and many others including 4 senior officers. Brigadier Zachariah Mai Malari, Colonel Kur Mohammed, Lt. Col Zabogo Larjma and James Payman decided to stage a counter-coup to uproot General Aguiyi Ironside as the head of military government. A very bloody revolution was executed, leading to the mass murder of many Nigerian citizens, most especially the Igbo officers who have now gained prominence in the military. The Igbo is a tribe in south and southeast region of Nigeria. Most prominent among the casualties of the war were the first military head of state General Aguiyi Ironside and Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fahui, the military governor of the western region, who resided in Ibadan. Though different pictures were presented to the nation as main reasons for staging the coup centered on making life better for the citizens, they have their ulterior motive, revenge. Unfortunately, many citizens believed in the campaign, all to be disappointed at the end. Major General Muhammadu Buhari came to power in the 31st of December 1983 after a group of some military juntas overthrew the Democratic Second Republic led by Alhaji Shehu Shagari and installed him as the head of government. Wikipedia reported that Buhari justified the military's seizure of power by castigating the civilian government as hopelessly corrupt. When General Ibrahim Babangida abruptly ended Major General Muhammadu Buhari's 2-year-old regime in 1985, his decision was to move the country forward, though this allegation was dispelled by President Buhari. In an interview published by Premium Times December 2012, Mr. Muhammadu Buhari said senior military leaders, led by former military President General Ibrahim Babangida and General Aliyu Gusau, removed him in August 1985 to save themselves from his wrath. From the foregoing, it is clear that all actors of bloody revolutions usually premised their rationale for embarking on violent actions to change government on the need to end malhandling of our nation's resources and transform the nation to a secured land of hope and prosperity for all. The cycle continued until 1999 when Nigeria began to enjoy a stable democratic system of government. From dispensation to dispensations, we were carried away by sweet campaign promises of democratic leaders. Promises of lifting us from ignorance to well-educated, well-informed citizens, from poverty to prosperity, hunger to abundance of food supply, and from total dependency on foreign technology and survival to self-dependent or interdependent economy. But alas, we were wrong. Again and again, we were wrong. To say the truth, each administration at different levels of government, federal, state or local government, could have put in their best to meet up with our collective needs. But their best had not yielded our anticipated fruits of transformation. Many have argued in favor or against the military or democratic systems or leadership as the better alternative, suitably positioned to permanently solving our nation's infrastructure, economic and social frustrations. Inter or entry transition of either model had witnessed paradise promises, sometimes accompanied by loss of lives associated with coups d'états or election campaigns. Yet it seems as if we are yet to begin the journey economic transformation. Why, the main revolution had not been done, and that is the essence of the book, and in particular this chapter. The greatest of the productive revolution we have been waiting for is personal mental revolution. This kind of revolution pushes every citizen into putting something on the table of transformation, be it an idea or voluntary service for the nation. In the last chapter of this book, you will learn how small ideas of ordinary Nigerians like you have transformed into national movements, either by putting food on people's table, improve standards of living or the vulnerable, or restoring peace to communities. Time for revolution by personal responsibility. Having tried different forms of government and waited endlessly for solutions to nation's problems, all to no avail, it is time to be realistic with ourselves and begin a new movement through mental revolution. Transformation of any nation begins with individual mental revolution, leading to the concept of personal responsibility. Like in a chain reaction, personal responsibility could snowball into groups responsibility, community responsibility, and consequently national transformation. I believe you are getting charged. You are a champion, a problem converter. One fundamental tool capable of changing your level from a state of being suppressed by personal, family or nation problems is knowing the truth about the nature of problems and your capacity to make a champion out problems. The truth is a force that is capable of setting you free from the prison of powers of problem. Problem in itself has no power but the power you arrogate to it. So what is the truth? Truth is you are bigger than any problem, be it national or personal. You've got the power to transform Nigeria's problems into national transformation projects. You have a great key in your inside to open door for national transformation. Yes, you are great. There is no problem confronting your community or nation greater than your capacity to solve. Personal responsibility is the key. Do I hear you say, hey, Dr. Adel, I am not a president, governor, or minister. I am not even a local government councillor. How can I solve the problems that even the government find too hard to solve? My answer is the government is waiting for you. You have been empowered to do the job. Stand up and help your government. Rise up and help your country. Until you take up the responsibility of helping your country solve its problems, everyone, including you, will continue to suffer. Oh, I can hear the reader of this book say, Doctor, the problems we are talking about have been there long before my great-grandfather was born. Asking me to solve problems older than me? Oh yes, that's true, really true, but you know what, the problems had been there, waiting for you. You are the solution. I can assure you that leaders of government at all levels have tried all they can, yet no meaningful solution has been recorded. The reason is simple: nobody else can solve the problems assigned for you to solve. Not even the government. So you've got to rise up, get your tools, it's time to work. In the last chapter of this book, I shared a story of how our community, Oyo State, Nigeria, was terrorized by a set of hoodlums who had grown beyond the capacity of area command of the Nigeria police force at that time. The terrorism that lasted for almost a year was brought down in less than a month when a set of landlords in the area took personal responsibilities to mobilize the young men of the community against the daredevil armed robbers. Que sera, why we are still here. Que sera is one of the most misquoted phrases of all time. It is a Spanish word meaning, whatever will be, will be. As small as this phrase is, it's capable of causing so much danger to our productive minds and national transformation. I am sure you must have been affected by that song too, directly or indirectly. Que sera was a popular song, released in 1956, written by Jay Livingston and Ray Evans, sang by Normie Rowe, an Australian pop singer, and as well popularized by Doris Day, a music star. The song is regularly sung at English football matches when a losing team still hopes to cling the ticket to play, say, a final match in Wembley Stadium, London, England. As expected, while 22 players slug it out on the field, tens or hundreds of thousands of spectators would sing loud and louder on top of their voices, Que sera. We are going to Wembley Stadium. This is done in an attempt to cheer up players as well as raise hope that the team would make it to the next stage. They would sing their 1,000 wishes until the referee blows the final whistle in favor or against each side of the teams. This is not funny. Spectators could only contribute little, almost insignificant, as they cannot enter the pitch and throw in ball in the net. Have you heard people saying, spectators are the best players? Just imagine a team losing a match because of deficiency in a line, say striking lines, despite the fact that among the cheering, hope-raising spectators are professionals skillful in goal-scoring. That is pathetic, you say? Yes, that happens every now and then. No matter how professional the spectator is, he is useless over the fate of his/her team as long as she is not part of the people that matter, the players. Now let's relate this to our subject of discussion, personal responsibility for national transformation. The above analogy best describes Nigeria's state of mindset: whatever will be playing no role, continuously leaving the nation's transformation at the mercy of gamble, luck, or never sufficient efforts of only minority few, yet raising high hope of witnessing a turnaround economy. I have heard people quote and misquote the phrase severally over personal and national issues. You must have heard it times without number as well. Que sera raises hope on nothing that someday, if our nation Nigeria is destined to witness true transformation, nothing will stop it. Or you may say, if we are predestined to be one of the 20 most economically prosperous giant nation, God will surely do it for us. This is erroneously wrong. It's the highest level of irresponsibility which takes a nation to nowhere. Faith or faithlessness. For those in religious cycle, que sera is most used in another context called faith. Religion places highest level of responsibility on believers, as it is demanded that all should give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar and God what belongs to God. As powerful word faith is, it is useless without action. Faith in itself is the driver of all success, but faith without work is dead. Without personal or group responsibility, faith makes such believer irresponsible. Even the responsible God has no regard or business with an irresponsible citizen. Christopher J. Ortiz is a freelance writer and independent communications specialist. In an article titled Faith and Responsibility he published on www.chalcedon.edu, he said, "Faith has a responsibility. Faith requires something of those who claim to hold it. That something is a responsibility to action in terms of that faith. When citizens rely on faith that if any problem is destined to be solved, it will definitely be solved and decide to do nothing, their faith, irrespective of religion of practice, will yield no result. I call such faith que sera faith. It will lead the nation to nowhere. Are you a spectator? It is sad, very sad to know that the highest population of Nigerians who should be productive enough to trigger unprecedented transformation are on spectator side, and that account for why we have achieved nothing compared to our potentials. Go through the pages of newspapers, Facebook, Twitter, and other social media platforms daily, hour, minutes, and seconds. You will see floods of anger, frustration, regret, curses on government officials expressed by Nigerians. You need to begin checking your life now to know if you are a spectator or an actor, a player in the game of a new Nigeria. This is not difficult to unravel. Do you complain bitterly about the way your community or nation is governed without any proactive step to change the order? Do you raise all your hopes on government or God? If yes, you are a spectator, a problem compounder. Can you remember the last community problem you solved or contributed to? If no, you are the chief among the spectators. As sports spectators, problem compounders only enjoy pleasure of watching active players engage in activities, or they dissipate energies complaining bitterly against some players. Loser at both ends. I consider spectators in a national transformation game as a bunch of losers, lazy people. Apart from cheers of victory when a team wins, spectators gain nothing. When the team loses out, frustration set in. Even when the team wins, we have had situation where fans die as a result of uncontrolled excitement. At both sides, either way, you lose. Am I campaigning against watching sports? Obviously no. But get this clear, while all players may be entitled some benefits for participating in the game, spectators may waste all their productive energy making money for the players and others with assigned responsibility. Similarly, it is absurd to dissipate all your energy on complaining against government. Active players in the game of governance, you go home with nothing, remain poor, and waste your productive time. Potential in life. Dear reader, it's time to cross from spectator side to active player side of national transformation through taking personal responsibility. In this game, enrollment is easier. Unlike in football, you get the jersey you desire. You choose the wing suitable for you by selecting and volunteering for problems of choice to address. It's that simple. So simple. In this chapter, we have learned that developing the positive mindset I call principality of mentality is key to activate your inborn potentials to convert our national problems into prosperity. We also learned that the principle of que sera is an enemy of workable faith required to turn things around. I referred again to DSA-You, a medical doctor who turned the problem of lack of medical equipment to a globally recognized company which is now helping Nigeria's economy by employing the jobless. He became a champion solving a problem. You too can do the same in any other chosen field. Yes, you can. 1. Problems converters turn the problem into prosperity for someone, themselves, or the society. 2. If you are not solving a problem, then you are adding to the existing ones. 3. Our country is backward today because vast majority of the population belongs to the class of problems compounder, maybe including you. Probably less than 5% are problems converters. 4. Your problem is not a problem until you make it a problem. It is just there to bring out a champion in you. 5. You cannot be more powerful than the mental orientations you have because they control your reasoning and destiny. 6. I was born a Nigerian to make it great. 7. I challenge you today, stop complaining. If something is not working, then you fix it. Chapter 2. From Government. Chapter 4. General Principles of Personal Social Responsibility. In this chapter, we shall consider those tips necessary to trigger the champion in you. I believe you have made up your mind to be a champion, converting problems into prosperity. Get ready to unravel the principles of success in this chapter. New wine, new skin. I am here to charge and change you. Not to change your skin from black to white, but to reload the content of your character. I have got a duty to charge you to a positive change towards a national course of transformation. Energy and time devoted to produce this book in your hand is part of my personal responsibility to you. It took me a long period and process to get this truth, but yours can be faster with this book you are reading. You cannot continue in yesterday's old thoughts and still expect to live in a new tomorrow. Your decisions and actions today predict the direction of your condition tomorrow. You have to change the old internal content, the old wine confining you to a consuming complaint, into a productive champion. It's time to charge up your mind, reposition the antenna of your heart towards the satellite of changing the story of Nigeria using the frequency of personal responsibility. As you continue to digest this masterpiece, you will generate the internal force that will propel you to the top. Come to think of it, have you ever seen anyone get to the top by mere complaining without any action plan? It won't start from you. Stop spilling old wine of complaints, bitterness, and hopelessness. They are polluting you and the environment. Rather, change your thinking to helping the society and Nigeria at large. We are here to drive the process of the mandate of productive change, out of bottom down to the pinnacle. For your information, many ordinary people have reached the top from bottom poor using the ladder I am giving you, personal responsibility. I believe you are ready for this. The purpose, connection. The purpose of life is to be useful, to be honorable, to be compassionate, to have it make some difference that you have lived and lived well. Ralph Waldo Emerson. I believe the whole world needs to know that the greatest discovery is discovering who you are made to be. Your passions, likes and dislikes, the problems you hate to see, your needs and those of others you would have loved are met, are all pointers to your assignment. The discovery of purpose and the pursuit of it is where a life of fulfillment begins. Frustration and suicidal tendencies can result when a man lives far away from his purpose of existence. Credit AnxietyCure.co. The above image showcases one of the most impacting descriptions of purpose ever known. Purpose is not only about making life better for yourself, but deriving fulfillment from meeting the needs of the world around you. One of my followers on Facebook, Olukayode some times ago, posted on my page, "Sir, can your environment influence your calling? I mean the decision on which profession to explore. In Nigeria, there seems to be only 3 professions: doctors, lawyers and engineers. Parents push their children to these directions. This is my opinion on the above. I do not believe as parents you should force your wills on your children. But truly, environment can influence your calling. For instance, in an environment where security is everybody's problems, the tendency is very high that the environment or government will influence citizens to consider courses related with security. But whichever profession of choice, every citizen has a role to play helping the nation realize her dreams. Majority of Nigerian citizens claim that our dear country is in irreparably horrible condition of despair. One common factor with vast majority is to talk about the problems and inability of the government to solve them, making life bitter for everyone. Do you agree with that school of thought? I wish your answer is no. Okay, let me change your orientation here. Our woes are repairable. All we need to do is to go back to the basics, understanding our purpose for being here and doing the needful. As every citizen has a purpose for existence, so has every nation. However, the purpose of a nation cannot be fulfilled until the citizens underscore their purpose in life and for the nation. There is a direct connection between individual's purpose of existence and the purpose of the society, community and nation he or she finds himself or herself. But our shallow minds teach us the contrary, isolate us only to ourselves at the detriment of others and the nation. Nigeria is suffering today because we are yet to discover our purpose and how it is interwoven with the national interest. You have to begin from finding yourself first, then the purpose of the nation, and finally how the two purposes connect. The two purposes are mutually inclusive, hence none can successfully fulfill purpose without another. The most significant engine of motivation to live a life of impact is full awareness of your purpose, the reason you are here. A life not lived for others is an incomplete life. Every person has a role to play in the lives of others, society, community, and the nation. Anything short of that is error. For you to live a life of purpose, you must take personal responsibility. You need to fight through life until you arrive at destination of fulfillment. Purpose helps you identify with cause you are destined to champion for your nation. In pursuing a national vision, you will surely accomplish your personal goals. Your goals are subsets of your society's and nation's fulfillment. You can accomplish your purpose while helping your country achieve her national purpose. Yes, you can. Purpose of problems. Before now, when you see problems, I know you have been wailing against the authority. But I want to take you a little away from the circle of your mind and open your eyes to a very important hidden truth about problems, regardless of ages or location. This truth is a universal truth which has been revolutionizing the world. You must have the understanding that every problem has a purpose. So what do you think is the purpose of problems? Without problems, all the great inventions you see around the world would not have been produced. If you don't know the purpose of a thing, abuse is inevitable. If you don't know the purpose of the problems in your community or nation, you will be terrified by the pains of the problems, you will be abused unnecessarily. It is inability of the people to understand the purpose of problems that makes them abuse government or the third party. Until you find out the reason for the existence of the problems, you will rarely recognize the potential blessings coexisting in the problems. I am glad to tell you, reader, today, one of the major purposes of problems is to give birth to products, innovations, transformative ideas that can uplift a person or group of persons, community of nation. You remember the history of creation? Darkness was the first major problem encountered by the Creator. For him to accomplish his purpose of creation, he had to invent light, the moon, the sun, and stars. He stopped there, leaving the rest for man. Are you going to pick up the responsibility and begin to invent things, or are you just going to sit and watch? Thomas Edison. From darkness to inventions. Thousands of years after moon, sun, and star were created, the problem's darkness, especially at night, still persist until Thomas Edison took personal responsibility to confront the challenge that had threatened the entire universe for centuries. You remember the output of Thomas' decision, electricity? Thousands of products have flooded and still continue to flood markets all over the world as a result of Thomas's understanding of the purpose of the darkness, which was to generate lighting products such as lamps, bulbs, solar systems, among others. Beyond provision of light, the electricity produced power which virtually operates all electronics and equipment in our world today. In fact, life is meaningless without electricity. Millions of jobs have been generated and are still being generated from generation to generation, all thanks to the problem called darkness. Life is meaningless without problems. Do you get that? Alexander Graham Bell. You must have been familiar with the name Alexander Graham Bell. Born in Edinburgh, Scotland to the family of Melville and Eliza Alexander Bell, he lived between 1847 to 1922. Bell was popularly known as the inventor of telephone. Did you know how it originated? Okay, I will tell you. Eliza Grace Bell's musician mother, and his wife Mabel Hubbard were hearing impaired. Bell himself was a teacher of deaf students, one of whom later became his wife Mabel Hubbard. He lived with his family and community problems of deafness. Rather than being discouraged by these people's problems, he motivated himself and opted to create solutions that could at least aid their hearing and speech. He grew interest in producing any device that could help his people achieve better hearing and speech. While hoping on the emergence of the device, he first opened a school training teachers of the deaf. At least that was much easier and cheaper to execute. In 1876, after a series of fruitless efforts, Bell recorded the first major breakthrough, as he spoke the first word over a telegraph which later became telephone of this present age. Through the invention, he received popular prize awards. Not ready to celebrate and stop there, Bell utilized the money accrued from the numerous awards to open an association to help the deaf. He later opened the first telephone company in Canada, providing jobs for countless people within the country. Today, telecommunication has employed hundreds of millions of people across the world. Your action may trigger a chain reaction. Have you ever pondered on the origin of all the technologies around you? Oh, I tell you, it must have been an outcome of personal responsibility of someone just like you. Alexander never intended to be popular or become a star. He never hoped to be a worldwide intergenerational brand name. He only desired to solve a small family or community problem. And he never had an idea that the small efforts would trigger a chain of solutions to reshape human lives forever. Through continuous research and product development interventions, Bell's small invention has birthed new technologies no human generation can live without. Do we talk of GSM, internet television pay systems, vehicle tracking system, etc.? They are part of the products emanating from his works. Whenever you are enjoying a conversation on the internet or using the GSM, remember the genesis was telephone, created through Graham's personal responsibility while attempting to solve inherited problems. So, next time you surf the internet or send an email, whenever you conveniently withdraw money through the ATM, transact businesses online, or you enjoy mobile money transfer, remember this topic. Personal responsibility. Always ask yourself this question: what solution will I invent? Never complain again about problems in your neighborhood without thinking about possible solution. The door of the government or private developers that will help transform your ideas into great products is already open, waiting for your innovations. The longer you delay, the further the problems stay. You are the emerging Alexander Graham Bell to address those problems besieging your local, state or federal government. I want you to say that to yourself. From today, whenever you see a problem, don't stop, begin to think of a solution. Plenty zero, just add one. Let me open your eyes of understanding to simple fact to convince you that you are very critically positioned to lead a transformation process for a new Nigeria through personal responsibility. Here, we will consider the concept of multiple zeros. Have ever heard anyone saying your country is full of zeros? Total failure could be symbolized with the figure 0. So many aggrieved Nigerians prefer to label the country as a country of plenty 0. They ascribe it as a total failure 0 in infrastructure, security, food supply, health, education, etc. Okay, assuming you, as an indispensable citizen, opt to migrate from problem compounder's negative side of slope to positive side of problem converter, and therefore decide today to assist Nigeria with figure 1. Imagine you contribute your 1 to the zeros. You have successfully turned from the useless zeros to a useful number 1. 0 is useful when you have just a single 1. Also, let us assume that you find your purpose located in 5th position in the arrangement. Try and put the figure 1 in the middle of the zeros, say 1. Then you know what you have provided: answer to the problems of 100,000 people in Nigeria. And it goes on until the problems are no more. Wow, I can see the excitement in your face. Never complain again about failure. Fix the failure. After all, every success is a byproduct of previous failures. You are qualified. Just take a step. I have no special talents. I am only passionately curious. Albert Einstein. Perhaps the reason you have not considered solving problems in your environment through personal efforts is your disbelief in your potentials and ability to tackling problems bigger than you or the society. You are not alone on this. Several champions you see around all felt the same way before they had an encounter that transformed them for life. I want to assure you that you are the right man or woman for the right job. You are very qualified for the transformation job. And everyone is qualified in one way or the other. There are so many questions the world has been asking without getting an answer. You are the answer. Your roles are indispensable. All you need do is step out to announce your arrival, show the little idea you've got, pick the problems, and watch out for your breakthrough. Can you just imagine the standing ovations, the applause, and the glamour that will follow only if you can try and succeed? The little you can solve is great. It is capable of regenerating force for solving other problems in a chain reaction. Get this: no human is qualified to solve all of the nation's problems, not even the government, me or you. Everybody was created with a great solution buried in him, her. Nobody was born without greatness buried on his, her inside. Wake up the sleeping giant in you. Education is great and is highly encouraged, but it does not take education certificate to solve the nation's problems. It takes only small ideas, great minds, working hands, big innovations, and winning spirit. History is full of eminent people who shock the world for good without formal education. Your level of education cannot determine your level in the society. It's the level of your personal responsibility that determines your accomplishment and status in the country. The country is in dire need of that little in your hand. Don't let us down, you are champion. Nike Davies Okunde, an illiterate Harvard art lecturer. Nike Okunde is a Nigerian woman who has no formal education but lectures at Harvard and other top universities. Nike, born into a very deprived family and community in the village of Ogidi, Kogi State in north-central Nigeria, grew up learning traditional weaving and dyeing as practiced by her family and most of the local residents. She lost her parents at a very young age and never had the opportunity to attend school to acquire a formal education. As we speak, she is more popular than many prominent professors in Africa, especially in Europe and America, where she is honored like a goddess, whose works are cherished by kings and presidents. Wikipedia describes Nike Art Gallery, her registered company, as arguably the largest of its kind in West Africa. Housed in a 5-story tall building, it boasts a collection of about 8,000 diverse artworks from various Nigerian artists. Through her small talent, she had almost advertised Nigeria's cultures to the world more than any minister of culture and provided steady employment opportunities for many. Is that not a great challenge? You can become anything you desire to be and be a great blessing to the world at large. Personal responsibility, it takes only one. Long time ago, before I was delivered from my old wine mindset about the government of Nigeria, I had always believed, like an average Nigerian, that backwardness of Nigeria was occasioned by bad people at all levels of government, from one regime to the other. I was further seriously locked up by self-created principality of mentality that, as a pastor, my major role would be to lead a movement of prayer warriors to constantly pray my beloved country, Nigeria, out of the woods of corruption, bad governance, poverty, lack of infrastructure, and economic stagnation. After a long while of self-deception, like a prodigal son, I realized that most significant transformations of centuries were not done by mere praying and wishing, nor were they undertaken by corporate entities like government or large organizations. Rather, history has shown that most exploits that reshaped nations were products of individuals taking personal responsibility to champion a course of action, thereby taking the nations to another levels, national and international. Having realized this truth years ago, I made up my mind to lead a challenging course towards national transformation. It takes only one responsible person to rise up against the norm of shifting responsibility to corporate entity or government. Take, for instance, it took only me to decide writing this book, while millions of readers will learn from it across the world. You can also make a decision today to motivate the people or innovate products or services that can add values to the common man. Nuhu Ribadu, the foundation of anti-corruption war in Nigeria. Malam Nuhu Ribadu, a native of Adamawa, northeastern Nigeria, born the 21st of November 1960, was the pioneer chairman of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC). the Nigerian government commission responsible for fighting corruption and fraud. Prior to his appointment, he was a senior staff in the Nigerian police force, one of the organs of Nigerian government accused of being most corrupt. Before Ribadu came on board to chart a new course for anti-corruption battle in the country, corruption was the order of the day. Little or nothing significant was recorded of previous establishments set up for the same purpose. No one dared to face corruption even when mandated to lead the course because of the complexity involved. But under the fearless Ribadu's administration as the EFCC chairman, the commission charged untouchable politicians including Senate presidents, honorable ministers, state governors, bankers, inspector general of police, commissioners of police, advance fee fraud kingpins to court. The commission secured not less than 250 convictions. Chief among the cases was the one involving the former Inspector General of Police Tafa Balogun, Ribadu's former boss in the force, who was prosecuted, convicted, jailed and was reported to return stolen £150 million under a plea bargain. Since Ribadu laid the unbelievable foundation in the anti-corruption war, other chairmen have been building on it, beaming some ray of hope for a new Nigeria. It takes just an extra step. To be successful in pursuit of personal responsibility, it demands one extra effort, an extra step. Going out of the box to get things done is the key. There is a popular adage that says doing things the same way and expect a different result is one of the insanities of life. 2016 Rio Olympics will remain fresh in the minds of Nigeria's Dream Team V players as well as all Nigerians. Not because we won any gold or made the most spectacular moves during the event, but because the only one medal Nigeria won, a bronze in football, was a product of personal responsibility of the Nigerian players, especially the captain, Mikel Obi, and not by government efforts. Earlier, the hope of the Nigeria football dream team going beyond quarter-final was very dim, occasioned by failure of the government and Nigeria Football Federation to pay outstanding hotel bills of $4,000, necessitating the hotel management holding the players to ransom and thereby preventing them from catching up flight from Sao Paulo to Salvador for the semi-final match against Denmark. The best logical option left for the players was either to sit down and wait endlessly for the appearance of the Honorable Minister of Sport or his representative to pay for the bills, or abandon the game. The latter would have spelled doom for Nigeria, as the country risked being fined or banned from participating in subsequent Olympic Games. But the captain of the team, Mikel Obi, took a bold extra step, or do we say he went an extra mile, volunteering to bail the federal government out of international embarrassment by paying the outstanding bill of $4,000. The singular effort helped the team to escape missing the flight and arrived on time to get prepared for the all-important semi-final match. The match ended in favor of the motivated Dream Team as they coast home to victory 2-0 against their opponent Denmark. While Nigeria crashed out in all other games, Dream Team later defeated Honduras in third-place match and won Nigeria Super Bronze, courtesy personal responsibility of the captain, Mr. Mikel Obi. Though painful the decision was, Obi took the risk. In truth, there have been a lot of challenges, but every time we go onto the field, we forget about everything and make sure our fatherland comes first. We have done that so far and we will continue to do that, but we need more motivation. The above was Obi's statement, representative of the Honorable Minister, indicating that they just opted to be resilient in spite of all the reasons to back down. But did it pay off? Yes, it really paid off. After the August 20th victory against Honduras, Nigeria's Dream Team got bronze medals on their necks and thousands of dollars in their pockets, courtesy of billionaire Japanese and plastic surgeon Katsuya Takasu, who donated $390,000 to Nigerian team. The philanthropy Takasu flew into Rio to reward the Nigerian team with a $390,000 for their bronze medal win after being impressed by the team's resilience and performance in spite of the poor planning and poor conditions before and during the Olympic Games. The gift came as a surprise to the players. That is why you need to get this principle clear. If you are waiting for perfect condition, you will get nothing done. Period of troubles and imperfection, like Nigeria is currently in, is the best time to shine. The road had been rough from the beginning, as the Nigerian Dream Team was left stranded in Atlanta, USA. Hours before the games started because their flights were not paid for. The negative story made major news stories, demoralizing the energetic players emotionally. When the team eventually landed in Rio, it was just 7 hours ahead of their first match, against Japan. But despite the unfortunate circumstances, the team made an impressive outing against Japan and eventually emerged top in their group. As if that was not enough, few hours before the quarterfinal match against Denmark, the frustrated Nigeria's players threatened to boycott the match as a means of protest over unpaid allowances by Nigeria Football Federation. After reading about the team's persistent financial challenges, Takasu said he felt the need to make some contribution. Takasu donated $200,000 to the team to cover bonuses and allowances, and also donated $14,000 to all members of the 18-man team as well as the team manager for winning bronze. To express his love for their patriotism, Takasu flew to Rio to personally deliver the checks to the team. Personal responsibility of the team captain, Mikel Obi, who borrowed the nation roughly $4,000, did not only earn him accolades from Nigerians across the world but an opportunity to break a record as medal-winning captain. Beyond moral honor, in addition to all outstanding allowances that got cleared, he personally coasted home one cash gift of about $14,000. More than 3 times the loan he used to bail out the government. If not for his personal responsibility effort, he wouldn't have got any meaningful reward. This is what taking personal responsibility can do. You don't have to do it with the intention of getting anything in return. Do it because of this understanding you have gotten so far. I know you are having a mind change already. I believe ideas are flooding your mind already. Don't hesitate in taking that bold step. It's never too late. Perhaps you have now made up your mind to take up a responsibility, but you are confronted with a discouragement arising from not realizing these facts earlier or starting too late. I can assure you have got nothing to worry about. Time favors everyone whenever she is determined to take on a challenge regardless time slot. It's never too late. You are never too late to begin. There is a popular adage that the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. Another best time is now. History had taught us enough to know that all champions face one fear or the other irrespective of time, but they rode on the back of their fear to fortunes. Fear is a mirage, it holds no water. The fear of timing has eroded many of the opportunities to fulfill their divine purpose, but not Taiwo Abiri, an economics-turned-millionaire motor mechanics. Nigeria's automobile industry, like other sectors, has been plagued by challenges for decades. Majority of vehicle users are dissatisfied about the standards of mechanics repairing their vehicles. A recent independent survey by a group of businessmen in Abuja showed that more than 70% of people in both the urban and rural areas who patronize the services of motor mechanics are dissatisfied with high cost, low-quality repair and maintenance works from manual handling mechanics. Beside the problems of low quality, there were problems of poor time delivery. You can be sure that if a Nigerian mechanic promises you 3 hours delivery, it might take 13 hours. Similarly, due to trial and error mode of troubleshooting, you may be forced to pay for replacement of parts that are not faulty. You can also be unlucky to have your car issue more complicated as a result of use of fake parts by the mechanics. Added to these problems of unprofessionalism is the wide gap created by lack of mobile mechanics. An average busy, big car user prefers a mobile mechanic workshop service whereby a mechanic can come and render home services or timely emergency service should motor break down on the road. All these were the missing links creating frustration in automobile industry. The Nigerian university education system should have provided a reliable alternative by producing quality graduates of mechanical engineering department, but unfortunately, the mechanical engineers and their lecturers also get frustrated and complain too. They are only armed with theoretical knowledge and can hardly hold a spanner. Growing up, Taiwo had probably experienced the mechanic frustrations directly or indirectly and longed to solve the problems someday. His desire hit a brick wall as circumstances surrounding him made him study economics in the Obafemi Awolowo University. He could have studied mechanical engineering to actualize his dreams, but condition denied him. Upon graduation from university, still consumed by his passion to address automobile challenge, he wanted to go to a technical school in the U.S. with a view to learn vehicle repairs, but he couldn't because his parents disapproved. They preferred he pursued a master in business administration to earn him a good job. With the parents' refusal to sponsor him, he lost the admission and the time again. They cut short his dream because of the way society looked down on roadside auto mechanics. He appeared to have lost the dream forever. Frustrated, he initially resigned to fate by picking a job at a real estate firm after completing 1-year national service under the National Youth Service Corps (NYSC). Not deterred by the loss of times and opportunities to contribute to solving one of the nation's problems, he took to YouTube to learning how to repair cars. For years, he continued to watch YouTube videos on vehicle repairs and tried some hands-on many times on those technical procedures learned on YouTube. In fact, Taiwo reported that the first engine oil he changed for a car was done following step-by-step procedure learned on the YouTube videos. The video streaming played the most critical role in his life as it provided him a cheap platform to boost his chance of realizing his long and almost aborted dream. Many years of watching the videos coupled with reading a lot of books about how automobiles work and repaired increased his interest in vehicle repairs. Therefore, he abandoned the MBA his parents opted to sponsor for his passion of problem solving. After a few years, Taiwo resigned his good job and enrolled for mechanics apprenticeship at a garage owned by some Lebanese on the Lekki-Epe axis, Lagos. He hid his identity as a university graduate in order to be treated and trained the crude way like anyone else. Though he had earlier lost reasonable time, he remained focused approximately for another 2 years at the Lebanese apprentice school, where he learned and worked without any pay. Taiwo graduated from the apprentice school, registered and opened his auto repair company, Motomi. Rather than complaining about frustration encountered in the hand of manual roadside mechanics and reluctance of the government to do something to standardize auto mechanic industry in the country, he personally championed the course to free people of Lagos State and Nigeria at large from the shackles of unprofessionalism of roadside mechanics, even though it came later than he had intended. Unlike the roadside mechanic services, Taiwo's company offer accurate and quality repairs with total regards for clients' time, dignity and money. Although he began the car repair business with friends and families as clients based, Taiwo is now a CEO of a young company, Motomi, that can boast of several reputable corporate clients including Century Energy, 4 Points, Sheridan, Falcon Gas, AA Rescue, Struction Construction Company, Computer Warehouse Group, among many others. The long expectation for an all-time servicing will soon be met as Motomi plans to launch Express 24/7 to ensure clients are served round the clock. He once told reporters clients can invite us and expect us to get to them in record time to fix their vehicles, whether their cars broke up on the highway or the fault happened while they were at home. In the year 2015, the company, while providing solution to the problems of the society, made a revenue of $25,126,000 at his makeshift shop. He later moved to a bigger place towards the end of the year as a result of expansion. Taiwo's story above demonstrates that though time is important, it is never too late to start, never too late to complete. Just do something positive. The world is waiting for you. Start with what you have now. Encourage yourself. Sharika Koko Yukogu, born October 2, 1992, is an American-born Nigerian professional rower. During the 2015 FISA African Olympic Qualification Regatta, she qualified to represent Nigeria at the 2016 Summer Olympics in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, making her the first Nigerian to achieve such feat. Technically, she sponsored herself to the Rio Olympic Games. She had to put her studies on hold and found a way to train with U.S. Olympic team and qualified for the games without any support from home country, Nigeria. No one cared about her. She used the GoFundMe app to raise funds to enable her participate in the game. She was not deterred by her training challenges, neither did she abandon her country even when the country didn't care about sponsoring her. For her, all that mattered was to represent her country, raise the Nigerian flag and wear the national green-white-green color. She became the toast of all media platforms in Nigeria for her courage. She earned the praise and respect of all Nigerians. It was amazing that people who never knew or met her donated money to get her on board. Who says Nigerians are not patriotic? Who says we don't care? Our people are caring, especially when your cause is genuine. Get this. She was never known for her medical profession, neither was she popular for being an American. Perhaps the Nigerian community and her school did not acquaint with her name. But she shot herself into national fame and international prominence through personal decision and responsibility. Nobody should complain of lack of job or opportunity in Nigeria, considering vast opportunities available for everyone to engage himself or herself. We have vast the problems, the people constituting market, natural resources and all the necessary thing to get people established. The problem is that many people lack ideas. Some prefer the easy way or ready-made finished products. Stop sitting down crying and complaining. You can take a new path to fame and prosperity. It is possible. What a wonderful time. We have been able to discover nuggets of truths about the purpose of problems and their missions to transform our world. One person is a majority. A small idea is tangible enough to take us to the next levels. Stop looking at anybody else, look at yourself. Take the responsibility and make a change. In the next chapter, you will discover more tools needed to transform your life and nation. Time is of essence. 1. The discovery of purpose and the pursuit of it is where a life of fulfillment begins. 2. A life not lived for others is an incomplete life. 3. For you to live a life of purpose, you must take personal responsibility. 4. Your goals are subsets of your society's and nation's fulfillment. You can accomplish your purpose while helping your country achieve her national purpose. 5. Technology is one of the greatest tools to fix Nigeria. 6. You don't have to be a technology expert to transform Nigeria through technology. 7. The easiest way to solve our macro problem is to look at them from micro point of view. Chapter 5. Determination. You still remember word formation in English or general studies? Word formation theory believes that many words are created through amalgamation of other words. It is similar to how scientists are of opinion that every object is a product of separate atoms or molecules and can be broken down into smaller units. For instance, the word international can be decomposed into inter and national. In the same vein, the word determination is believed to be derived from determined and nation. Do you see that? So it takes a determined nation to get uplifted from developing to a developed country. And a nation's level of determination is determined by how many citizens are determined to take personal responsibility to tackling both personal and national challenges. Driving Nigeria to prosperity is a function of doggedness and determination of every single person to add value to the system rather than expecting a magic. Let me tell you a short story. Once upon a time, a super-rich dad refused to spoil his only child, a young boy, but would always ensure he worked hard before receiving certain extra favor, unlike his friends and peers who got everything at the tip of their fingers, though their parents were far below his father in wealth and affluence. The young boy tried to cope for years until he could no longer hold it. He made up his mind to make it big like his father so he could spend without restrictions like his peers. He then approached his rich and perceived stingy father for answer to a question. "Please, Dad, what is the easiest way to success?" he asked. The father smiled and said to him, "The easiest way to success is in the grave." Having seen the disgust countenance of the young boy, the father embraced him and said, "It took me determination and dedication over the years to get here. No easy way. Now let's relate that to our subject matter. We have agreed earlier that determination of individuals summed up together leads to determination of the nation, and that it takes determination to move from developing to developed country. If every person in Nigeria can determine to contribute a quota to national development, our journey to transformation will be sooner than we expect. I must be frank with you, never expect any easy way out. The road to real transformation is usually rough. We may encounter some hurdles, but we will hit the mark. Many have failed to achieve set goals capable of changing the socio-economic face of our nation because they do not understand that it takes process and time to cook a stone and make it soft like bread. Sacrificing personal comfort is a common requirement to excel in any personal responsibility endeavors. Operation Push. You are familiar with the popular phrase, pray until something happens, push, right? Nigerians have been pushing for developments, personal or national, through this slogan for ages, yet nothing significant seems to be happening. So it's time to change the gear to a press until something happens, push. We have to work hard to bring our nation to where we want it to be. Making up your mind to set out for something is important, but your determination to push through to success no matter the obstacle is more important. After all, apart from helping the nation, what is important is the success you attain for personal recognition and national glory. Opeyemi Babalola story has a lot to teach us. Opeyemi Babalola, international record after 21 years. For about 21 years, Opeyemi Babalola carried a burden to see made in Nigeria basketball backboards. Since childhood, he had not only been a lover of basketball, he was an ardent player. Growing up, he played professional matches for many clubs in Kwara State, his base, and from the experience he grew passion to flag Nigerian brand of backboards for his lover game. Day by day the passion grew stronger and stronger, but the road to fulfilling his vision was rough, tough, narrow, and almost blocked. There was no government to listen to his ideas, and worse still, those ideas were not meaningful in the ears of anyone around. Even friends could not help matter. It was a lonely journey for Babalola. Roughly 21 years ago, he attempted to design, fabricate, and market his brand of backboards, but suffered lack of fund and certain technical standard. He stayed glued to his self-assigned personal responsibility throughout a long journey of 21 years. His motivation was to put the name of his nation on global space and empower people through his innovation. This he later achieved through his invention 180-degree breakaway rim, the first of its kind in Nigeria. Putting his eyes focused on his age-long goal, he had to pursue his first degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Ilorin and proceeded for a master's in subsea engineering from the University of Aberdeen. Life showered favor on him as a privileged young professional who rose to the peak of his career, an expatriate in Angola working as an engineer for OneSubsea. However, all along, while his expertise was in the area of hardware production for the oil and gas sector, he was always committed to the age-long passion for basketball and basketball invention. Fortunately for Babalola, a good problem blew up his dream as oil and gas prices fell astronomical in the last quarter of 2015. His company was confronted with a situation whereby many staff, including Babalola, were likely to be laid off. Rather than crying or complaining, he figured out he could use all the experience gathered in engineering to birth new technology for basketball. So he opted coming back home to Nigeria and pursue his ambition. Today as we speak, Opeyemi prides as the CEO and founder of Weber Engineering, Nigeria's #1 and possibly Africa's only commercially viable basketball facilities manufacturing company. He has a good number of local staff employed in the growing company, thereby helping the nation boost non-oil economy as well as solves unemployment and social vices problems. His works has traversed the shore of Nigeria and Africa as they're being recognized by International Basketball Federation. In his previous booming oil and gas profession, he was so poor that the only thing he enjoyed was money, no satisfaction. He was wise though, using proceeds from the oil money to procure equipment and set up the business of his passion. Now, he is being recognized across the world among the basketball family. You can see now that sometimes accomplishing set up goals may not be easy, but you are not alone. It wasn't easy for many as well. Stay true to your dreams, be determined, and see your personal responsibility paying off. All it takes for the nation to become fully industrial nation is for each person, including you, to be determined to be producing at least one of the products we import. Babalola's feat has helped the nation in 3 ways. 1. He could have come back and joined the long list of unemployed youth in Nigeria crying over government's head for empowerment. 2. He went further to help the government reduce unemployment, and thirdly, he had brought respect to Nigeria from International Basketball Federation. Just like Babalola, be determined and it will pay off. It will definitely not be easy, but stay on it, push hard, and you will achieve that dream. Make your ideas work. A lot of failures are due to lack of execution. Too much procrastination and lack of confidence in your idea can also kill your dreams. Failure in the past may have conditioned someone to helplessness. Start working out the ideas that keep coming back to you or waking you up from sleep. Those ideas knocking the door of your heart are leading the way to your stardom. The ideas of solutions worrying your mind are already mature and trying to find their way into the society through you. Remember, the true learning begins with execution. Be humble to adjust your tactics to the dictates of the society needs and be joyfully committed. From the story of Babalola above, his ideas were struggling to find their way into international market space. If he had allowed them die, he could have either lost it to someone else or die miserable with it. Don't let your ideas die. Try it out with different measures. Put your ideas into practice. Persist and it will work, no matter how long it takes. Be determined. Stop wasting your time, use it for your country. Time is very important and key to personal and national transformation. It is the only precious resources available to all citizens free of charge regardless of color, race, tribe, religion or political affiliations. Combination of time slot given to all citizens tells you how much time and opportunities capable of making the nation great are either wasted or judiciously utilized. For instance, let us assume Nigeria's population currently stands at 170 million people, with equal daily 24 hours for every citizen. The country has roughly 4.8 billion hours available every day. Considering children below age 15 put at roughly 44% by Wikipedia, at least we are left with close to productive 2.5 billion hours daily. Now, may I ask you, how many of those hours do we really put into productive thinking and production activities? We waste billions of those hours daily. Some of those hours are squandered on unproductive religious activities, gossiping, complaining and lamenting around. If we can pull all of our time and resources together, brainstorming on national problems and contributing one thing or the other, we shall make greatness out of our dear nation. Okay, let me show you the value of time for you to see the opportunities we have in seconds, minutes and hours that we toil with. I am taking you to Usain Bolt's School of Wisdom. 29 years old Usain Bolt is a Jamaican athlete. I believe you will remember him in Olympics Games. 3 consecutive years in a row, he won 100 meters, 200 meters and 400 meters race, making 9 gold medals running for less than 3 minutes 180 seconds in his 3 Olympics career, and was reported to have costed home $119 million. That's more than $1 million for 2 seconds, roughly $500,000 per second. You can now imagine how much a second, minute or hour can cost. Each time you waste time on unproductive adventures, you can see how much you waste. Assuming half the population waste a second or minute, you can now calculate how much the nation has wasted. Stop wasting time. It is the nation's resources to prosperity. In this chapter, we took adequate time to dig up the importance of individuals in national rebirth. I must have opened your eyes to how valuable time is in nation building. From now on, I believe you will not only use your time thinking and working productively for the transformation of Nigeria, but you will also encourage others to maximize time for the good of all. In the next chapter, I will be talking about world economic structure. It will open your understanding about the secret they have been keeping from you for ages about government. Enjoy as you read on. 1. I must be frank with you, never expect any easy way out. The road to real transformation is usually rough. 2. It's time to change the gear to a press until something happens. Push. 3. Remember, the true learning begins with execution. Be humble to adjust your tactics to the dictates of the society. 4. Combination of time slot given to all citizens tells you how much time and opportunities capable of making the nation great are either wasted or judiciously utilized. 5. I believe you will not only use your time thinking and working productively for the transformation of Nigeria, but you will also encourage others to maximize time for the good of all. 6. Many problems originate from individuals, not government. 7. Individuals make up a nation and individuals' errors are responsible for our nation's woes. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. General Principles of Chapter 6. World Economic Structure. In this chapter I want you to understand something about the world economic structure. I want you to follow carefully. One of the greatest predicaments afflicting human race is failure to understudy and understand the world we live in and how it is structured politically, economically and religiously. Powers govern the world, so it is expected you understand how to acquire power to your advantage. In case you don't know, the structure of world's economy is to make only few people rich and vast majority poor. We live like strangers in our own world, overruled by our own ignorance to the favor of minority few. This world you live in has principles and it's the principles that rule the world. The principle of idea is the most powerful principle. When you have an idea of your environment, the people, the laws, the economy mechanism among others and you are willing and able to apply the right principle, you are guaranteed a position of power, respect and self-sustenance. The structure is the same from country to country and continent to continent. Consider this statement below. I almost wept when I saw a picture of a newspaper headline that says, "Nipa, no more blackout." I was sad. Not because I'm seeing such promise for the first time or because I do not want the power supply in Nigeria to be stable. I was sad because the article was published as far back as 1988. And we all know the condition of the power sector till this very date. The above was a statement made in 2014, credited Adebayo Adekunle, a graduate of University of Ibadan, lamenting that in spite of promises made by various governments way back 1980s, the power supply remains epileptic and many times the common people are left in total darkness for days, weeks, months or even more. He believed Nigeria was a failed state having met the conditions for being described as one, such as government's weakness or ineffectiveness to control much of its territory, inability of the government to provide expected public services, widespread corruption and criminality and finally sharp economic decline. Justifying his position that Nigeria was a failed state, he went further saying, "It is well known that Nigeria is such a country where the people are the government. Not in the sense that they decide how the affairs of the state are administrated, but that they provide virtually everything for themselves. It is the duty of the government to provide electricity, but we find people struggling to buy generators, struggling to better pass their neighbors. It is the duty of government to provide tap water, yet we find bored holes here and there dug by private individuals. It is the duty of the state to give us good roads, but we still find people building bridges themselves and collecting tolls. We see people filling potholes with little stones. October 1, 2015, David Chidibere also posted in Ireland, an online platform designed by Nigerians and for interactions by Nigerians. He maintained that events of the past few years have indicated that the country had since exceeded the minimum requirements for classification as a failed state. His position was based on the fact that the nation could not perform its basic duties in such areas as security, power, education, job creation and eradication of poverty. An anonymous opinion opposed the above statement. In defense of the nation, she opined that Nigeria is not yet a failed state. The only problem with Nigeria is unprepared, poor and bad leaders. He believed that all those who have ruled Nigeria are dealers, not leaders, and that most of Nigerian politicians had no day jobs before they entered politics, which is a major cause of government's failures. Those are just a few of beliefs and submissions of Nigerians who had put so much trust and hope in the country's government to develop the robust, prosperous economy where everyone freely enjoys life to the fullness, all courtesy of the government. People expect the government to fix clean uninterrupted power and water system, build cheap houses and free roads, make education free at all levels, construct or put in place all infrastructures for free, employ all citizens and feed everyone, if possible free of charge. As a result, they do nothing, expecting that once good politicians are voted to power, all will be automatically set and Nigeria will become earthly paradise. Politicians know this level of psychology very well, so they work on citizen psychologies during election campaigns. After winning elections, the cycle of promise and fail continues. People's hopes become dashed, confidence in government drop again and again. This keeps occurring all because people fail to realize the nature and structure of politics, power, government and world economy. In this chapter, I will open your eyes to the fundamental principles guiding the world nation's economy and power game. This aspect is one of the most important sections you must pay serious attention to as we jointly embark on the journey of personal and national transformation. Otherwise, you will continue to be manipulated by those in power, or those seeking political power promising you heaven and earth, all to leave you heartbroken from generation to generation. Do you understand? Your forefathers must have believed the same empty promises without anything to show for all their toils and shouting after politicians. They probably complained all their lives until they went to the great beyond. Except you change your mental pattern, you will agree with me that you are threading the same path. That is why I have devoted enough time to break down this eternal truth that will liberate you forever. Look at the quote below. The ruling class keeps the lower and the middle classes fighting with each other. Anything different, that's what they're gonna talk about: race, religion, ethnic and national background, jobs, income, education, social status, sexuality, anything they can do to keep us fighting with each other, so that they can keep going to the bank. George Carlin. The above summarizes the true picture of the world we live. True, the ruling class, such as the politicians, would never be happy you are learning this nugget. What interests the ruling class is how to continue luxurious living while manipulating the common citizens. They are protecting their interests. More than 400 years ago, Niccolò Machiavelli, a passionate leadership explorer, picked interest in an extensive study to unravel the different styles used by a number of rulers to assume power. Niccolò's findings are similar to that of many known experts in power game. He concluded that to attain position of power the following conditions must be met. 1. It is essential to ignore the moral laws of man and of God. 2. That promises must be made only with the intention to deceive and to mislead others to sacrifice their own interests. 3. That the most brutal atrocity must be committed as a matter of mere convenience. 4. that friends or allies must be betrayed as soon as they have served their purpose. 5. It is also decreed that these atrocities must be kept hidden from the common people except only where they are of use to strike terror to the hearts of opponents. 6. That there must be kept up a spurious aspect of benevolence and benefit for the greater number of the people, and even an aspect of humility to gain as much help as possible. Truly, these findings hold water for any country and community till date. It is a timeless bomb of all ages that traverse boundary of walls and minds. Power game principles are universal, and Nigeria as well as Africa is not exempted. Unfortunately, you and I prefer to be deceived that someone somewhere is working tirelessly to change the gear of economic transformation to our advantage. All we do is vote and go to bed expecting a miracle tomorrow morning that has never come. We have not woken up to the truth that it takes personal responsibility to be transformed from the shackles of poverty, ill health, unemployment, crimes, and other social vices. The above does not posit that all leaders are bad. The world has truly produced good leaders, and it is still producing exemplary leaders who have lifted their societies from the woods. Such good leaders are Chief Obafemi Awolowo of the defunct Western Region Nigeria, Malam Nuhu Ribadu and Ahmadu Bello from Northern Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe of Eastern Nigeria, Nelson Mandela of South Africa, and so on. I am sure you must have heard of some of these leaders and their works too. They lived their lives and intentionally made changes on the earth. And you too can do same. Committee of X30, The Height of Deception. John Coleman in his book Conspirators' Hierarchy, The Story of the Committee of 30 Inches gave a true account of underground games in international and national politics. He got wind of many secret documents as a result of his career exposure within the circle of power players. He mentioned a group called Committee of X30, not real name, alleged to have been founded in one of the world's powers, an aristocratic nation, around 1727, and was painted to the public as an international council comprising of concerned persons that seek to organize commerce, politics, banking, media, and the military for centrally controlled global efforts towards helping governments and ordinary people across nations. From year to year, they become more refined in approach and softly determine who would be sponsored or manipulated to power in various countries in order for them to gain control of the country through the sponsored leaders. They operated for ages, ruling every class of the society, painting one picture in public glare as a reason for supporting some political leaders or policies while doing something different in the closet. Large number of population are only aware of the people running their government, not knowing that they are merely put there by hidden people who are really in full control of either political or economic matters, domestic or foreign affairs. Almost nothing was known about the hidden agenda of the group until Dr. John Coleman, in November 1991, shed great light on the subject through his book. He wrote that the underlying objective of the applauded group was to create one world government and a one-unit monetary system, under permanent non-elected hereditary oligarchists. He summarized their agenda below. In the proposed one-world system, the entire population will be limited by restrictions on the number of children per family, diseases, wars, and famines, until 1 billion people who are useful subject to the ruling class, predominantly of the Committee of X30 family, in areas which will be strictly and clearly defined, remain as the total world population. And they were to work towards eradication of middle class, and only rulers and the servants will remain. All laws will be uniform under a single legal system, leaving the world practicing the same unified code of laws, backed up by a one-world government, police force, and a one-world unified military. Only citizens who are submissive and obedient to the one-world government will be allowed or supported to live, while those who rebel will simply be starved to death directly or eliminated indirectly. He argued in the book that the collapse of many steel, auto and housing industries believed to have ability to continually provide economic opportunities and improved standard of living for ordinary people in a country was a result of policies recommended and handed down by members of the Committee of X30. The ruling class always have their hidden intention to continue controlling the ordinary people at the middle and bottom class. They have interests in chains of businesses, banks, oil and gas, media and many more which require them to enthrone leaders and kings either through democratic systems, monarchy or oligarchy. Their primary priority is their continued control. To achieve that, they indirectly influence or frame the policies to favor their dynasty desires through the instruments of political leaders. Therefore, your interests and that of national economy come last if there is any at all. Almost all political parties and players pursue power entirely for their own private ambition of a secured better life. They are hardly interested in the future of anyone. They pursue power to pursue you and overtake your place. It is up to you to continue hoping on nothing that things will be better someday. A secret document of political group was leaked years back by aggrieved members of Inner Circle. It reads below. The party seeks power entirely for its own sake. We are not interested in the good of others, we are interested solely in power. Not wealth or luxury or long life or happiness of the people, only power, pure power. This is where our problem lies. We have constantly believed that our friends, brothers, sisters or uncle in public who promise us heaven on earth during campaigns are the messiahs we have been waiting for. All to be disappointed and exclaimed that the previous administration is even fairly better. It may not be their faults to fail because we can never tell which secret our inner group they belong and what type of unseen manifestos they had secretly signed to uphold when elected. Even though they might have good intentions, they may be only figureheads acting out instructions of the real rulers behind the scene whose mission is to protect their economic heritage, not minding the feeling or the suffering of the public. In his book Tragedy and Hope, Carroll Quigley wrote, "The powers of financial capitalism had a far-reaching aim, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. This system was to be controlled in a feudalist fashion by the central banks of the world, acting in concert by secret agreements arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences. Above is the structure of the world economy which controls the structures of every country, state or local settlement. We have lived in tragedy of hope for centuries, believing that any government would ever think of handing over prosperity into our hands, the ordinary citizens. Our great-grandparents from generation to generation had waited and waited until they went to the grave. The same for our parents, they observed cycles of moons expecting an economy turn around, but the situation has chosen to remain almost unchanged. It is high time we wake up to reality that personal responsibility is the way to go, the only sure way to fulfillment. Nobody plans for you, your life is in your hand. Your fate will remain daunting except you hold the bull by the horn. Society continues to face the same or similar problems from generation to generation because the rulers have never been committed to solving any of your problems genuinely. So the solutions fall out of their area of interests, the way out is in your hand. Things will remain the same or even worse decades to come until we get decisive as individuals to confront our problems by ourselves. The ruling class are very expert in manipulating the lower and the middle classes, keeping them fighting with one another. The two classes are divided along the lines of religion, color, tribal or national background, race, ethnic, social status, and any other thing that can keep them battling each other. The ruling class is less moved about your predicaments so far the conditions guarantee them going to the bank, living luxurious lives. Do you know why deplorable economic condition has refused to improve from many decades? It is because both the lender and borrowers are at advantage, subjecting the citizens to impoverished status. All mobilization towards getting governments not to borrow may not lead anywhere because the few who benefit from the proceeds are more powerful than you or your logic of reasoning. More powerful than vast majority of the population. Senator Barry M. Goldwater in his memoirs, with no apologies, summarized the above here. International bankers make money by extending credit to governments. The greater the debt of the political state, the larger the interest returned to lenders. The national banks of Europe are also owned and controlled by private interests. They acquire this vast financial power and employ it as a mystery to most of us. Dick Griffin in his book, Fourth Reich of the Rich, added more to this by saying that his country was paying the international bankers hundreds of millions of dollars every year in interest on our national debt. This money, or credit, was created by the bankers out of nothing and loaned to the nation at a high rate of interest. This appears to be the trend everywhere. You can see it is beyond Nigeria. How do you then expect the same government to think about you? The time you spend thinking and complaining about your problem is more than enough to get into the boat and catch your fish by yourself. Delay is dangerous, as they say. Take, for example, one of the state governments in Nigeria which failed to pay salary of state workers for several months announced the approval of the government to borrow about 150 million naira, number 150 million, to celebrate 20th anniversary of creation of the state. There were several outrages from the workers and citizens of the state, accusing the governor of wrong priority and appropriation of state funds. That could not, however, deter the governor from going ahead with his plan. Why? The thinking of people in government is not the same with yours and mine, and this is why personal responsibility to create wealth independent of government is imperative. 80-20ths rule. Have you heard of the 80-20ths rule before? It was invented by Vilfredo Pareto, one of the most prominent Italian economists. In 1906, he invented a mathematical formula to describe the unequal distribution of wealth in Italy. He observed that only 20% of the people owned 80% of the wealth of the entire population. After Pareto's finding was officially made public and confirmed accurate, his formula became a popular phenomenon. Other professionals later observed similar results in their spheres of profession. For instance, US-based Dr. Joseph Juran, a pioneer in quality management between 1930s and 40s, discovered a universal principle now known as the vital few and trivial many. Combination of Pareto's 80-20ths rule and Dr. Juran's discovery, vital few and trivial many, became the bedrock of the popular universal principle that in anything, including national economy or leadership, a few 20% are vital and many 80% are trivial. In another way, 20% of something or people are always responsible for 80% of the results. It is worthy of note that the personal responsibility of these two figures has transformed into a global phenomenon, making waves in almost every sphere of life, including economics, marketing, business development, politics, and many more. To live your life to the full takes being in the circle of the limited 20% vital, and that is made possible by personal responsibilities. It is also important you ask yourself where you belong, the 20% vital or 80% trivial. In politics across the world, a minority few control the resources of their nations and they tune the direction of policies to favor their needs. For instance, Dean Henderson in his book Big Oil and Their Bankers in the Persian Gulf wrote, "The House of Morgan financed half the U.S. World War II war effort. Morgan had also financed the British Boer War in South Africa and the Franco-Prussian War." You can see that sometimes the minority like the House of Morgan determines the fate of nations and countless people. Guess you have seen that in many other countries too. A report also had it that James Rothschild's wealth during his lifetime reached the €600 million mark, and that was only a little below the richest man of the time. Who was the king, whose wealth was pegged at €800 million? The total wealth of all the bankers in France at the period was 150 million, which was far less than half of James Rothschild. This naturally gave him so many powers, even to the extent of installing and unseating governments at will. Well, you cannot blame the power blocks for acquiring so much wealth and political influence. They took personal responsibilities and all risks associated with responsibilities to attain such height. Power of wealth and influence is rarely given to any man on the platter of gold. It is taken by individuals through aggressive work of personal efforts. Globally, by design, many national elites survive on society problems, war and widespread human misery, on destruction and possibly death of the low and middle class in the society. So it is dangerous to sit behind waiting for an elite in power to solve your problems. Stand up and get to work now. We have many people in power who have good conscience and concept of transforming the society. I am sure you can name some of them. You can also be one of them by taking up a responsibility to solve a problem and shoot yourself up into power space. Responsibility produces power, and the more the responsibility, the more the power releases to you to address more problems, which takes you to higher level of responsibility, and on and on. Just like we have the world or state economy powers controlled by elected or selected few politicians and rulers, we equally have personal economy power, self-regulated and controlled by personal government. Nation's economy is complex, unreliable and unpredictable. Decisions-making process could be opposed to personal economy growth. On this note, I agree with the school of thought that it is hard to imagine a more stupid or more dangerous way of making decisions than putting power of economic growth decisions in the hands of people who pay no price for being wrong. Those we allow to take charge of national economy power do often pay no price for the failure of economy. This is why it is imperative for you to be personally responsible for your personal economy power and growth rather than depending on the struggling government. Globalization and economic conflict. An investment decision made in America can flood Nigeria with massive poverty and unemployment. A simple technology developed in Europe can take jobs from hundreds of thousands of Nigerian employees. Conversely, an investment decision made in Qatar can generate millions of jobs for Africans, including Nigerians. Due to globalization, hardly is there any nation whose economy is exclusively independent. We operate a global economy which is hard to predict. So resting your personal survival on promise of global or national economy is suicidal. It is better you start thinking on developing a sustained personal economic structure. Yes, start thinking now. Similarly, our global economy is controlled by the multinational companies. Multinational companies are the corporations operating beyond one country or continent. Currently, there are about 63,300 multinational corporations globally. They are responsible for roughly 80% of the world investments, indicating that they can directly or indirectly influence economy of the world and indeed any country, state or individual. As a result, it would be suicidal for you or any person at all to depend on government or politician of any nation to do magic in transforming the economy. This is because the forces determining directions and outcome of an economy are usually beyond a government or political party. Take for instance, for decades, Nigerian economy was depending on oil for about 90% of all revenues. But due to sharp decline in oil values and prices globally, the prices dropped from about $100 per barrel in 2011 to rough $35 in the first quarter of 2016, representing loss of roughly one-third of total revenues. There is a perfect example of what I explained earlier to you. How people come to power. Let me first talk about the concept of power before delving into how you can harness power for self-sustenance and realization. Power is described as your ability to influence the behavior of people in a society in a way that they achieve aims or objectives as expected. Authority, on the other hand, is the right given to you as an individual or group of individuals to utilize the power through directing, decision-making, giving orders, and demanding obedience or respect. In another way, power is the state of mind which enables you to confront whatever challenges you in your environment, to stand the worst circumstances firmly without breaking down, and to ensure you fulfill your dreams regardless of all the obstacles. It is important to clear it here that there are different types or classes of power and that power have levels. For the purpose of this book, I like to classify power into three major classes: political power, community power, and personal power. Political power is bestowed on leaders through political system either by military or democratic channel. Whenever we vote in people to represent us at whatever levels of government, they are given the rights, the authority to take decisions on our behalf, overseeing economy of our state and indirectly our personal economy. Political power is characterized by authority of government to enforce certain rules as contained in the Constitution. Community power is conferred on people through traditional titles or voluntary leadership roles in communities such as township association. The society accords community leaders some levels of respect as they volunteer to contribute to the upliftment of the environment, thereby helping the people of the area, town or community solve some problem. Personal power is derived by individuals through personally motivated efforts of responsibility. This class of power is the most simple and easy to access by individuals like you. Unlike political power that is usually achieved via complex struggles and violence, personal power is attained with consistent personal responsibilities. Personal power guarantees protection against untold external pressures and unwanted negative influence from political power, other people and situational stress. You need this personal power, and the only way to have it is embracing personal responsibility. Concept of referent and expert power. Another way you can look at power is through the concept of referent and expert power. Expert power is a personal or individual's power obtained from the skills or expertise of a person while meeting the needs of the people using his/her skills and expertise. When experts acquire knowledge and special skills that help them understand a problem, use solid judgment, suggest solutions, and outperform other people, the people, either in the organization or community, tend to listen to such and accord them necessary respect, which indicates availability of power. The power is transferred as a result of personal efforts and responsibility of the persons to do extra. People automatically look up to the individuals for leadership, repose trust in them and respect their judgments as they add values in specific areas, demonstrating unusual expertise. Though some professionals believe that this type of power is specifically limited to formal organizational environment, I believe it can transcend beyond formal sector to the society. An expert professional can bring to bear his office experience to address societal problems, thereby garner to himself or herself relevance and respect from the government holders of political powers, the people, and thereby the nation. Imagine if 1 million Nigerian professionals from different areas of expertise volunteer to address a particular challenge confronting the nation. The country would have reached advanced stage in technology and developments. An example of expert power is power of influence gained by successful sportsmen and women such as football athletes among others. Through international experience and connections, a sport person may attract businesses and technology to his community or country, leading to developments of the nation. How Usain Bolt's expert power brought wealth to Jamaica. After 2016 Olympic came to an end in the 29-years-old Usain Bolt had won 3 gold medals, breaking a world record of 9 gold medals in 3 years consecutively. He became a toast of international brands for advertising their products, many of whom had wished to fly him to the best locations of the universe to seal advert deals and shoot advert pictures. He pulled a surprise gear when he gave them a condition that any advertising company willing to seal any deal with him must come to Jamaica. He claimed that his people needed jobs and economic empowerment, and some of them would get their economy improved when visitors troop into Jamaica. Of course, the advertising companies or their agents had no option than to go to Jamaica. He had been able to convert his expert power to creating job and wealth for his people and boost the internally generated revenue of his country. He was able to use his inner power to gain political and economic power and influence without struggling with anyone. Do you know that you can do the same or even more? You have something in you that can earn you expert power. It could be an ICT or writing skill or even sport. Use it well and get to the top without struggle. Referent power. Referent power is the ability of a person to attract other people and to earn their loyalty and respect through charisma, interpersonal and motivational skills of the power holder. An individual may be admired for possessing specific personal trait, and this admiration creates the opportunity for interpersonal influence in the society. People in the neighborhood are ready to listen to holders of referent power and follow them. The traits are either inborn or developed through leadership trainings. Nations need people in this category to influence community people towards national rebirth. Non-governmental organizations and civil society experts use these tools to motivate the people for collective good. You can access the type of power almost free of charge and use the people in your neighborhood to taking the nation to a greater height. An example is Senator Shehu Sani, from Kaduna, northern part of Nigeria. He was a respected vocal personality within his community as he was known for raising his voice to challenge social injustice in his community. He was consistent and he became a household name in Nigeria. Though he appeared unknown in political space, he got elected into Senate in 2015 effortlessly. I believe you can see what referent power can do. It is capable of taking you from nowhere to anywhere. An anonymous describes power as a necessary tool for enacting change within the society. To see the change or transformation everyone clamors for in the community or our nation, manifest contributions from all the forms and concept of power, political, community, personal, referent and expert powers are required. It is worthy of note that personal, referent and expert power can grow into community power, can support or push political power holders into transforming the society. Power attracts power. Personal power, referent or expert, can easily attract political power. So if you don't want to be at the bottom crying, use your personal power to attract political influence to earn opportunities to address Nigeria's problems. If you are interested in using political power as a tool for more opportunity to uplift the nation, you can easily grow into possessing it through personal power acquired from personal responsibility. For national transformation to take place, you as a citizen must develop and utilize at least one or combination of these powers. However, it is imperative to understand that gaining power and influence is not accomplished overnight, but it is achievable over time by zealous, continuous commitment to personal responsibility goals. Various experiments conducted in the past have shown that people will most likely have enduring influence on other people. They exhibit dominant behavior which reflects social skills capable of addressing social needs of the society. Those social skills are developed when any form of the power discussed above are channeled towards achieve social goods. How to become powerful? We shall have world government, whether or not we like it. The only question is whether world government will be achieved by conquest or consent. The above was a statement credited to American international banker James Warburg while testifying before the United States Senate on February 7, 1950. From the above, James opened our understanding to the two gateways through which people come to power. What do you think can make someone ever imagining constituting a government by conquest if your interest is most paramount? Obviously self-determined targets for personal gains towards ensuring better future for those in the rings and their children in future generation. It is never about you, never about me. But coming to the public, the story will all be about you. It is either the picture of how to give you free meal all your life or pay you and family free money without work at all times. The two key words in James Warburg, conquest or consent, explains the most major way through which any leader, including you, can assume position of power. The two paths have potentials of leading you to place of prominence, though each comes with responsibilities and consequences. Attaining power by conquest takes some forms of dictatorial approach to seize power, control of state, forcefully either by military coup d'etat or violently rigging of election. These methods often come with bloodshed, killings and destruction of properties as consequences. The other way of attaining power is the consent, which is the primary focus of this book. Attaining power by consent implies you voluntarily accord leaders respect or submit to his/her authority willingly. Interventions by personal responsibility are the sure link to attain such power. If you aspire to advance beyond a mere complainer to a position of prominence and influence, you have to learn how to engage your personal power to pursuing a social course. Courage is highly important here. It does not take courage to complain, remain ordinary and poor. But it takes courage to go extra miles, devoting your time to solving problems you never created while everyone around stays away to condemn the system that created the problems. Being alone in pursuit of finding solution may be discouraging ab initio. That is why it is imperative you generate as much personal energy as possible and probably align with only people with relatively similar spirit. The world economy is designed to majorly favor courageous people who possess some levels of personal power. Their national economy power rests in the hands of the minority because it is not given out free. The only way to acquire it is self-determination to stand out in the face of several opposing forces. Power levels. It is pertinent you understand that power has levels, and the level of the power you acquire determines how successful you will be. People who demonstrate no power are those who complain about everything, hence they remain at the bottom. Your level of commitment to personal responsibility to issue address challenging affecting people determines the level of your power. I am sure you know that in a political system, local government councillor does not have the same responsibility as a governor, therefore, the power allocated to them by the constitutions are far apart. In the same vein, the degree of the problems you choose to solve, in terms of how many people your efforts and ideas can solve, represent the level of power, respect, influence and economic empowerment you attain. Power guarantees freedom. Personal freedom for humanity is my pursuit. A world with free people thinking, speaking, creating, producing, competing and exchanging ideas, advancing the world of commerce, science and art. Personal freedom includes personal responsibility and respect for the freedom of all people. John Courtney. In the above quotation, John Courtney, the executive director of the American Institute for Full Employment, linked personal freedom to personal responsibility. In the above section, we established that it takes personal power to undertake personal responsibility. Having lived in Europe, Africa, and South America, Courtney, a retired Oregon judge and a member of the Peace Corps in Guatemala and Liberia, West Africa, has seen it all before making the submission. Putting the three elements together, we can conclude that what guarantees personal freedom from poverty and unemployment, violence and crime, ill health among others, is individual personal responsibility. There is an adage that says that people make their own histories, but not in circumstances of their own choosing. Circumstances surrounding national economy and its policies are beyond you and I, hence you need personal power to break through the circumstance for your advantage. If you must break forth out of suffering to self-sustaining standard of living, it goes beyond dependency on God or government and other people. The key is, face your challenges with your inner strength, stop tackling problems with complaints, you simply have enough power to move your mountain to unlimited freedom. Economy, power, ideas, beliefs, attitudes and the environment. Four elements driving power, either political or economic power, are ideas, beliefs, attitudes and the environment. Every person has all of the four at his or her disposal. Ideas. Your creative ability generates unique ideas, which in turn generates internal force to drive you to center stage of power, influence and wealth. At national level, the collective ideas of the people determine the political strength as well as economy power of the nation. For instance, Russia and China are among the countries of the world that disagree a lot with America over international and national policies, regional struggles and technology. Why is that possible? They have a handful of citizens who are devoted to generate technical ideas translating to technological breakthroughs serving the needs of billions of people around the world, thereby earning them political power and economic relevance across the world. While developing nations complain about overbearing political tendencies of the United States, the two countries never give a damn. When you have ideas, you complain less but rather concentrate on turning your ideas to solutions. Belief system. Belief system is another great instrument underscoring how politically powerful or economically strong an individual or a nation is. By political power, I do not refer to merely holding political office but being recognized by authority and the people in an environment. A belief system could be described as principles or a set of ideologies that help you to make sense of the world around you. It helps you to interpret your everyday reality. Several different factors shaped and influenced your beliefs, which include religion or spirituality, political affiliation, philosophy and history. Your knowledge on a subject, the way you are raised, common events in your society, culture and associations can play a significant role in creating or even changing your belief systems. Political belief system of a people forms their opinion of the government, economic system and other social structure of the country. The same goes for a community and a country. A fixed coherent set of beliefs prevalent in a society determines the type and levels of values that the society will contribute to humanity, which in turn reflect on the products and services that will be produced in the environment. Decisions and actions of average individuals in a nation are products of belief systems common in the society. For instance, if militancy is on the rise in a region of any country, it may be as a result of wrong belief system of the sons of the soil. Many of the elders and young people in such zone may encourage kidnapping, pipeline vandalism or oil bunkering as a way of life. For the main belief that the government must give them free money as a compensation for exploring resources from their soil. This is not to justify that government at the center or state levels are not responsible for development of region, especially those contributing more to economy of the nation. In fact, U.S. model can be copied globally as this system to ensure prosperity of the people on whose property the government explore natural resources. On a general note, Nigeria is one of the unproductive nations because majority of the citizens have wrong beliefs and perception about the government. Rather than seeing government as a regulatory authority and enabler of development, they believe it is the duty of the government to innovate, invent and bring products to the market for their use. This is contrary to belief system of giant nations where citizens know that it is their responsibilities to translate science and technology skills learned in schools into creating inventions. No wonder graduates of science and technological schools carry paper called certificate around complaining that the government is failing in his responsibility to create jobs. Africa and indeed Nigeria must cultivate a belief system that is rooted in the philosophy of school of production, that is, necessity is the mother of invention. Africa runs a belief system that it is predominantly the scientists and engineers from the Western countries that are responsible for innovating products, and this belief is responsible for economic failure of the continent. Apart from wrong political belief systems, Nigeria suffers largely from religion beliefs. Religion has made the people so lazy and irresponsible. They spend several hours daily on the prayers and religion activities, yet no reasonable time and energy invested in productivity. In epistemology, philosophers use the term belief to refer to personal attitudes. Positive personal attitudes motivate people to be personally responsible for their own living standards, while negative personal attitude discourage them, relegating them into shifting the responsibilities to others. To position economy of Nigeria among the top 20 nations as envisioned by Vision 200-2020 of the federal government, there is serious need for a shift in belief system. This shift in our belief system should start from you and I. Don't point fingers on anyone else. Let the shift start from us. Attitude. Attitude is everything. Internal awareness creates personal resolve for you to do something new for the good of the community and nation you find yourself in. Why is it that the gap between the developed and the developing nations continually keeps widening? Attitude is the answer. The average person in the developing or underdeveloped nation believe it is not their role to build the economy, whereas contrary is the reality. Taking a cue from President Kennedy of United States, we have entered a time when transformation of our nation and communities must be largely focused on changing individuals' attitudes towards development. A paradigm shift from what the government can do for you to what you can do yourself. Citizens of United States during his time in government had cultivated wrong attitudes permeating our national fabrics today that the government has a duty to provide everything for citizens. Such attitude keeps potentials of citizens fallow and untapped, thereby making the nation backward and dependent on other countries. Since the government largely rely on outputs of individual citizens to perform her duty of regulation and growth support drives, Kennedy had to sensitize the public to shift to personal responsibility. Today, the United States is better off in many aspects of human endeavors because of attitudes of average citizens towards making the nation productive. Through this positive attitude instilled in U.S. citizens, they have been making a difference in their lives and the world around them. For example, two most popular social media platforms, serving the need of the whole world, Facebook and Twitter, were products of U.S. young social tech entrepreneurs. 32 years Mark Zuckerberg being the founder of Facebook, while 39-year-old Jack Dorsey and associates Evan Williams, Bizstone, and Noah Glass co-found Twitter. Their inventions have not only solved communication problems of the world but had positioned them among the richest of the world. Facebook, which was co-founded in 2004 by a 19-year-old Zuckerberg, boasted of connecting about 1.65 billion users monthly as of March 2016. With a net worth of about $46 billion, having invested heavily in virtual reality, artificial intelligence and improving global web access. Mark Zuckerberg was reported by Forbes to have reached enviable heights as the sixth billionaires in the world 2016, third richest in tech 2016. The richest person in every state of U.S. 2016, Global Game Changer 2016, the richest person in America's 50 largest cities 2016. Number 1 America's richest entrepreneurs under 40 2015, and 19th most powerful person 2015. Mark did not attain the feat through American government financial support, rather it stemmed from his personal attitude of going a new way none before him had taken. The journey began since age of 10 when his father introduced him to software development. He took personal responsibility to continue growing in the field as a student in Harvard University. His first work earned him setbacks after hacking the university database in search for knowledge and workability of his invention experiment. Not deterred by the negative insult he received after the first breakthrough, which put him in trouble, his positive attitude kept him going. He began with a limited membership of Harvard students, which later expanded to other colleges in the Boston and gradually many of the universities in Canada and the United States, and finally connecting the world. He never expected U.S. government to create what he could do, and now he is a celebrity, moving from one continent to another, grooming young tech entrepreneur. He was in Nigeria August 30th and 31st, his first visit to sub-Saharan Africa, checking out how to improve on technologies in Africa with Nigerian tech entrepreneurs. His first port of call was the co-creation hub in Yaba area of Lagos State. Rather than publicly announcing his coming and receiving presidential welcome and all the glamour that comes with it, the world's sixth wealthiest man chose to discreetly come into the country and meet the unpopular people that matter most to him, the young code developers. He did not just meet anyone on the street, but only few committed to their chosen responsibilities. His mission was to inspire more positive attitudinal change into those committed to personally responsible young men and women, the future of the country and the world. He only got attracted to those who are committed to goals of advancing the nation. Your attitude toward things as an individual makes a whole lot of difference. The other side of attitude in Nigeria is refusal to patronize locally made Nigerian products. Even in the face of economy recession characterized by continual free fall of naira against dollars, Nigerians still have cold feeling for goods made in Nigerian products. Let's take China as a case study. Some few decades ago, China was among the poorest developing nations of the world, with vast majority of her people living below poverty lines. China was an agrarian society whose economy depended primarily on local crop agriculture. Succor came the way of the country in 1978 when Deng Xiaoping established open-door policy, opening up China to foreign businesses wanting to invest in the economy. This policy set into motion total transformation of the economy as state-owned enterprise and locally owned business now had opportunity for handshakes with a global market. The implication of the policy was that the country underwent a paradigm shift from a largely agrarian society to an industrial hub. because the citizens were encouraged to focus on manufacturing and mass production to meet the market. However, coming with that opportunity was a national resolve to patronize only locally made products as a way to encourage growth. As expected, the products were not coming out in the best quality initially, but the citizens were hell-bent to continue patronizing them, thereby improving their locally made products. China has now overtaken many industrial nations due to consistency in products production and usage. For instance, more cars are now made in China than any other country. In 2009 alone, more than 13 million vehicles were constructed in Chinese factories, exceeding Japan, which produced about 7.93 million, and the United States producing 5.7 million for the year. The result has been that China has an excessive manufacturing output both in quantity and quality, and has recently claimed the top spot in many important economic league tables, to the point of bailing out the world economy out of the global downturn. The citizens became personally responsible for the production, while the government only primarily established policy to make their products attractive to the markets. Do you see what I am talking about? That is how we can change our nation, by changing our attitude. Negative attitudes against locally manufactured productions should not be encouraged any longer as you aspire to transform your nation. Though it may sound justified patronizing imported goods because some claim made in Nigeria goods could be of less quality, less durable, and more expensive than foreign counterparts. Recently, I stumbled on this posting, by an anonymous Nigerian, on the social media, and I think it's the way to go, if only we can change our attitudes. Apparently campaigning for attitudinal change of Nigerian consumers, as a way to grow our economy, the author appealed to everyone to 1. Eat pap and stop patronizing oats and foreign custards. 2. Leave Kellogg's cornflakes and patronize Nasco cornflakes. 3. We have some pretty shoes and slippers in Nigeria. Leave Italian shoes for Italians. 4. How about we stop importing Ankara materials, or better still, improve the tie and dye clothes in Nigeria, a dear fabric. 5. Can we stop importing furniture and patronize our local furniture makers? 6. Made in Nigeria cars? Yes, you will say the parts are imported, but it's still a good start. 7. When you go to the supermarket, ditch the foreign biscuits, sweets and gum for made in Nigeria ones. 8. Why not buy locally made bags instead of paying thousands of dollars for designer bags? 9. Why travel abroad when we have the Obudu Cattle Ranch, Yankari Game Reserve and other tourist centers? 10. Patronize locally made soap and cream. Stop looking for bleaching cream. 11. Better clothes can be made in Aba and Lagos, not only in foreign countries. No nation can transform its economy with negative attitude towards dependency on foreign importations. Change your attitude today. Let the change begin with you. Environment. Environment is key in determining possibility of success or failure of an economy or business innovation and enterprise. The environment comprises of the weather, natural resources, population, types of problems, culture, and the thinking of the people. The size of the population constitutes the marketplace, which determines whether innovations will thrive or not. Nigeria is blessed with a good environment suitable for economic success of the people. We have the people, the problems and the resources. How you see your environment and what you make out of it determine what happens around you. One of our major problems is that we have not taken adequate advantage of our environment. Economic power is earned by those who can take advantage of the environment. Let me explain how your perspective influences your position in the economy of your family, community or country. I will do this by telling you the story of a village where no one wore shoes. I want you to follow this story carefully. Once upon a time, a company trading in a number of products including shoes deployed 2 of his marketers to a village where no one wore shoes. They were given a mandate to explore how they could sell some of their products. The villagers have never heard of shoes before and never expected to wear one. Reaching the village, the marketers were shocked to see all the villagers, from the ruler to the common persons, walking barefooted. Similarly, the villagers also got the highest shocks of their lives seeing strange people walking the streets with strange objects in their legs. They all tried to distance themselves away from the marketers for the fear of unknown. After returning to the company for situation report, one of the marketers expressed disappointment that he was deployed to such a horrible marketplace where the people are not only too poor to afford their products but nobody wore shoes. He pleaded to be transferred elsewhere. The general manager agreed on a condition that he would meet target anywhere he was transferred to. The second marketer was full of enthusiasm that he could meet target easily by selling at least a pair of shoes to each family in the village. He saw the opportunities presented by the environment, the problems, the people, and ability to purchase at least one pair of shoes per family. He presented a free pair to the village head. Though it wasn't easy to convince the village head at first, a week later, he was surprised to be invited by the village head to make a show of his products at the Moon Festival which gathered all the villagers. Less than a month, he met his target and within 6 months he had reached the target that qualified him for manager's position. He became a manager with official car, driver and accommodation. Unfortunately, his friend faced fierce competition in the perceived better place he opted and could not meet half the target in 6 months. He was sadly shown the way out of the establishment. Dear friend, you are one of the marketers while Nigeria is the village, with abundant people and problems. The choice is yours whether to explore the possibility and change your economic status or remain with the wrong perspective of our environment. Whenever you see a problem, the next thing in your mind should be to think of a solution, not run from the challenge. In this chapter, I have opened your eyes to the fundamental principles guiding the world nation's economy and power game. We have established that no government or ruler has your best interest in mind. Each political party and leader may have ulterior, invisible, selfish and dangerous motive behind the quest for power. I believe you will change your attitude to developing personal power by generating ideas to meet the needs of your environment. In the next chapter, we shall delve into the subject of major problems in Nigeria. The idea is not to complain about them but to expose you to areas calling for your attention. 1. Powers govern the world, so it is expected you understand how to acquire power to your advantage. 2. We live like strangers in our own world, overruled by our own ignorance to the favor of minority few. 3. We have not woken up to the truth that it takes personal responsibility to be transformed from the shackles of poverty, ill health, unemployment, crimes and other social vices. 4. Almost all political parties and players pursue power entirely for their own private ambition of a secured better life. 5. It is also important you ask yourself where you belong, the 20% vital or 80% trivial. 6. Globally, by design, many national elites survive on society problems, war and widespread human misery, on destruction and possibly death of the low and middle class in the society. 7. We can conclude that what guarantees personal freedom from poverty and unemployment, violence and crime, ill health among others is individual personal responsibility. 8. We have entered a time when transformation of our nation and communities must be largely focused on changing individuals' attitudes towards development. Chapter 7. The problem with Nigeria. In this chapter, we will study different categories of problems bedeviling Nigeria. We shall also endeavor to shed some light into how they can be solved through personal responsibility. But you should expect details of how the problems could be solved easily. For the purpose of this book, we can group Nigeria problems into two. First are technological problems and the second, social problems. I took a considerable time to explain the social problems so that you can understand the degree of the problems and know which area to provide solutions to. A. Technological problems. You remember in Chapter 2, we discussed Brazil, Nigeria and India, why Nigeria remained backward. We were able to establish the fact that the failure of Nigeria and Nigerians to embrace innovative technology was a Major factor why Nigeria failed to be at par with the two countries in terms of economic and political development. That Nigeria imports almost everything including toothpick is a big blow. Alhaji Aliko Dangote was once quoted as saying that, "Each time we import any item, we export job opportunities and import poverty." That is very true. The jobs are there to cater for everyone, but we chose to export them as a result of lack of innovative technology. Every developed country is recognized for invention of products, but our country is not identified with any meaningful technological inventions that can transform the world. The failure is not as a result of lack of mental capacity but as a result of desire for easy wealth and the lack of willpower, ideas, enabling environment, right attitude, and technical skills. Lack of technology transfer has been largely fingered as the most major problem in our drive to become productive nation. But I wish to state categorically that no nation in the world will willingly transfer its technology to Nigeria or other countries because technology signifies economic and political power. Therefore it will be foolish for any nation to relinquish her source of economic power and political influence to any country on a platter of gold. We can borrow a leaf from Japan. Several decades ago, Japan, in quest for technology transfer, encouraged her citizens to travel to America, Europe and other parts of the world where they could learn technical skills. Where possible, Japan sponsored those it had capacity to. Years back, they returned to their country and began to bring to bear their expertise in building electronics. Other citizens who did not travel with them volunteered to learn. Today, Japan is recognized world over as a giant in electronics production. Gone were the days when Nigeria was referred to as giants of Africa. It wasn't oil that made us giant then, but agriculture, other personal businesses and sincerity of ordinary citizens and leader. In the present-day world, to regain our title as African giant, technology is the way. We must fly our aeroplanes, ride majorly Nigerian-made cars, and build our own refineries in line with international standards as well as produce and patronize majority of daily consumables. As a matter of fact, vast majority of our social problems covered under this section below could be easily addressed given adequate technology in place. For instance, poverty rage more in any nation where all products produced by technology are imported simply because producing them locally could have provided jobs and economic empowerment for various categories of people who later resort to crime. Similarly, technology provides the best way of preventing crimes and insecurity anywhere in the world. There is no other time to reconsider investing our entire life in technology, especially as recession bites harder and harder. Now look around. What technological problems can you see around you? How can you help? B. Social problems. In Nigeria, some of the social problems identified and discussed in this chapter include poverty, unemployment, corruption, inequality, terrorism, high level of child mortality, national identity problem, poor education, tribalism, domestic violence, drug abuse and drug trade. Social problems are prevalent in any settlement or community in Nigeria and Africa. I am sure you would have experienced one sometime in your life. They are similar in nature from community to community, characterized by similar degree of pains inflicted on the society and her people. The problems could be easily solved if people in the community accept their social responsibility and are willingly to contribute their quotas. However, the journey leading to creation of social solutions begin with full understanding of the problems. Average person believes that government has sole responsibility of solving all of our social problems. They do not understand that we share the causes of the problems, hence we also share social responsibility through personal responsibility in solving them. Identifying a problem as a social one helps everyone in the society to mobilize individuals or community resources to eliminate or mitigate it. Of a truth, the government has social responsibility to all citizens, but it does not have all the resources and capacity to meet all human needs. As a result, individual members and various groups in our communities, including churches, mosques, non-governmental organizations, private or public companies, should take up their collective share of responsibility to help the community. In many cases, people feel such problems as poor education does concern them directly, hence they share no responsibility about them. That is very wrong. Now, I want you to see how the above-mentioned social problems is affecting Nigeria and some other African nations. 1. Unemployment. I am sure you are familiar with this word. In case not, I will explain. Unemployment is described as a condition where an active person of working age, who desires to secure a full-time or part-time employment is able to get a job. Unemployment remains a severe threat to Nigeria's economy and existence. As the population keeps growing, the resources that we all depend on as a nation, our community, the food, energy, water and job windows keep declining, making them insufficient to meet our needs. The demand for these resources will rise exponentially as the population continues to grow. There are many ways to measure unemployment in Nigeria. The unemployment rate measures the number of people actively looking for jobs as a percentage of Nigerians in the labor force. According to the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS), 54% of Nigerian youths were unemployed in 2012. This was contained in the 2012 National Baseline Youth Survey report issued by the NBS in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Youth Development. That is more than half the population of productive young people. Of this unemployment figure, females stood at 51.9% compared to their male counterpart with 48.1% who are unemployed. Youth are the drivers of any nation, yet they are the most touched by the scourge of employment. Some reports have it that as at 2016, somewhat close to 70% of the approximately 80 million youths in Nigeria was either unemployed or underemployed. We are all witnesses to what happened years back when many young job seekers lost their lives during immigration recruitment exercise, and this is simply because greater percent of the Nigerian youth are unemployed. Unemployment in Nigeria has been attributed to many causes. Some can be attributed to insurgency and militancy causing people to be displaced from their homes, leading to social-psychological issues. Displaced persons who were useful and engaged in their original place of abode before displacement may lack education or technical skill required to be absorbed in the new environment of abode. This widens unemployment rate in Nigeria. Other reasons could be attributed to lack of inadequate education or vocational training. In Nigeria, earning a certificate is more celebrated above acquiring a technical skill that can guarantee employment or self-business development. We have heard it said severally that many of Nigerian graduates are not employable. If the above figures were correct, so many reasons must have been responsible for increase in unemployment between 2012 and 2016. While I may agree that fall in oil price contributed, I believe that failure to embrace personal responsibility is largely responsible. Lack of required skills is also a key factor. According to 2012 report by UNESCO titled Young Woman, Ethiopia, Education for All Global Monitoring Report, several national discussions also raised the issue that there is a mismatch between available jobs and acquired skills. Young people truly lament life is not fair, that they would study hard at university but can either find no work or only get jobs that do not match their new skills. Many participants during post-2015 national consultation requested that new curricula and teaching methodologies that would ensure balance between theory and reality and connect young people to job markets be encouraged. How do you feel reading all these? I guess very discouraged, right? Okay, you may say, Dr. Sunday, you can see how big the problem is. Yes, but I can also see the solution to unemployment. It is personal responsibility by someone, I mean you. You can use your free or wasted time to seek additional knowledge even if you are to offer free service. Employers are not looking for graduates without skills. For instance, a graduate of electrical engineering can enroll with a small electrician to gather more technical skills that will make him/her better positioned for employment or personal business. We must raise personal responsibility awareness and innovations that will commit individual to establish vocational trainings, technical skills in other forms of learning that match the needs of companies with what the educational systems have to offer. It is necessary to focus on injecting skills into primary, secondary and tertiary education. This will close up the gaps between what the economy needs and what the labor market is able to provide. Agriculture is one major area believed to carry capacity to guarantee massive employments and maximum food security. Nigeria needs volunteers both to practice and to train practitioners on invention of local technology for the sector. I am sure you agree with that. 2. Poverty. Poverty is one of the most critical social problems facing the country. A common scourge affecting the vast majority of the people, cutting across tribes, zones, or different religion. Directly and indirectly, poverty has a linkage to the roots of many other vices in the society. A large portion of population lives below the poverty line. Generally, there are more rural poor than urban poor. There are many causes responsible for poverty in Nigeria. They can largely be said to be caused or triggered by the political instability of the country, income inequality and ethnic conflict, rapid population growth among others. However, I need to stress emphatically that poverty is significantly caused by actions and inactions of individuals in the country, and this is why personal responsibility is essential in tackling the scourge. Or if I may ask, who do you think refuses to be creative enough to bring about opportunities to reduce poverty? You and me, of course. It may not be government, because no government in the world spoon-feed all citizens. This book in your hand is one way of creating wealth, as many across the world will sell copies to buyer and thereby make some profits. According to United Nations Convention on MDGs, in 2000, poverty line is defined by earning income lower than $1. By 2004, experts increased the poverty benchmark to $1.25. However, it was found out that number of people living below the line $1.25 per day appears widening. Given continued inflation of the current economic condition, poverty line has jumped to living below $2 per day. Presently, over 70% of the country's population is believed to be living under the poverty line. You can imagine how percentage of poor people rapidly increased from almost 35% in 1992 to over 70% in 2010, and on and on. Personal responsibility keeps dropping year in year out, leading to more socio-economic problems. The Vice President of Nigeria, Yemi Osinbajo, once attested to this, as he stated that about 110 million Nigerians were still living below poverty line despite the policies of past governments to improve their welfare. The World Bank President, Jim Kim, at an IMF World Bank spring meetings, also mentioned that Nigeria is one of the top 5 countries that has the largest number of the poor. Specifically, he said Nigeria ranked 3rd in the world, while India ranked number 1 with 33% of the world poor. China is ranked 2nd with 13% of the world's poor, followed by Nigeria, where 7% of the world poor reside in. Bangladesh has 6% share of the world's poor, while the Democratic Republic of Congo has 5% of the world's poor population. The above 5 countries host about 760 million of the world's poor. As an individual, you can make up your mind today to cut down the number of people living below poverty line by sharing your wealth and resources with the poor. United Nations Multidimensional Poverty Index. June 2015, United Nations Multidimensional Poverty Index report was published based on data collected between 2004 and 2014. The index deploys 3 dimensions to estimate overall poverty. The 3 dimensions include education, health and living standards. In summary, the MPI report showed that as at the year 2010, average of 46% of Nigerians officially lived below the national poverty line, 28% in urban areas, and near 72% in the rural settlement. The table below show the prevalence of poverty in different states of the Federation according to the report. SN. State. Poverty rate. 1. Lagos 8.5%. 2. Osun 10.9%. 3. Anambra 11.2%. 4. Ekiti 12.9%. 5. Edo 19.2%. 6. Imo, 19.8% 7. Abia, 21.0% 8. Rivers, 21.1% 9. Akwa Ibom, 23.8% 12. Delta, 25.1% 13. Ogun, 26.1% 14. Kogi, 26.4% 15. Ondo, 27.9% 19. Cross River, 33.1% 20. Plateau, 51.6% 21. Nasarawa, 52.4% 22. Ebonyi, 56.0% 23. Kaduna, 61.2% 27. Borno, 70.1% 28. Kano, 76.4% 29. Gombe, 76.9% 30. Taraba, 77.7%, 86.6% 35. Jigawa, 88.4% 36. Yobe, 90.2% 37. Zamfara, 91.9% regional average by percentage. 1 equals Southwest 19. 3 equals Southeast 27.36%, 4 equals North Central 45.7%, 5 equals Northeast 76.8%, 6 equals Northwest 76%. Analysis of the above index with respect to personal responsibility. Now, let us X-ray the incidence of poverty as reported in the above index, state by states and region by region. The 3 southern regions, Southwest, South-South, and Southeast regions recorded the lowest poverty rate compared to the 3 northern regions. Incidence of poverty in any of the 2 southern geopolitical zones combined together is less than poverty incidence in one of the northern zones. For instance, Southwest 19.3% and South-South 25.2% combined have 44.5% poverty level compared to North Central having the least of 45.7%. Similarly, the 2 highest in the South, that is South-South 25.2% and Southeast 27.36% combined have 52.56%. This is far lower than either of Northeast with 76.8% or Northwest with 76%. At state levels, Lagos State in Southwest has the lowest poverty rate of 8.5%, while Anambra in Southeast has 11.2%. Edo ranked the lowest in South-South with 19.2%, while Kwara in North Central recorded 23.7%. Finally, in Northeast, Adamawa with high 59.0% records the lowest in Northeast, whereas in Northwest, Kaduna is the lowest with 56%. I know you can mention all the causes of poverty rates in these states and regions. I am sure top on your list is government and leadership failure. Is that what is on your mind? But top on my own list is lack of personal responsibility of the citizens living in those localities. You and I are the top reason for the disaster. Now look at the states with lowest poverty rates. Talk of Lagos or Anambra for example. What distinguishes them from other states with medium, high and extremely high poverty incidences is not about abundant resources but ability and willingness of the residents to be personally responsible for their economic well-being rather than hoping on government or a philanthropist to do everything. Lagos State and Aba and Anambra State are the hubs of personal business and productions which account for lower poverty rates. The North is more hit because of general attitudes of total dependence of young and old people on alms assistance from philanthropists, the super-rich and the government for free feeding and arms supports. They resort to begging for alms rather than venturing in a productive business. The kid boys and girls called Almajiri abandon education for alms and religious studies, leaving them more poor and vulnerable to the poverty, hunger. Many of the Almajiri children begging for alms on the street are products of mass unregulated childbearing by their parents who take pleasure in multiple children for religion reasons without planning for their upkeep. Well, you may say, Dr. Sunday, that is what I am talking about. The parents and the leaders are accountable for the trend, inasmuch as that such position is correct. But I am of opinion that we all contributed to the palaver because we didn't take up responsibility of discouraging the act by educating the parents, for instance, against uncontrolled reproduction. Going forward, I want to charge someone, and that is you, to take up this challenge to orientate the public on child planning. You can as well take up a responsibility by campaigning against child trade or arms begging by sponsoring a poor street child to school. UNESCO also believes that, every year, 100 million people are either pushed into poverty by health-related costs, including out-of-pocket expenses for health care, or unable to afford essential health services so that pre-existing sickness is aggravated. To address this problem, it is pertinent to raise personally responsible persons to focus on preventing health risks and hazards sending people to poverty. 3. Corruption. Corruption is probably as old as Nigeria. It has enjoyed free accommodation in the lives of Nigerians that it appears too impossible to deal with it. This is very pathetic. One of the cardinal reasons for past military coups has always been resolve to fight corruption. Even democratically elected governments are sometimes sent packing democratically as a result of corruption endemic. Apart from rapid population growth accused of causing poverty in Nigeria, corruption is popularly known to be a great contributor. Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, described corruption in the best way, when he said corruption hurt the poor disproportionately by diverting funds intended for development, undermining a government's ability to provide basic services, feeding inequality and injustice, and discourage foreign investment in AIDS. Corruption of the system as well as the people encourages system failure, bribes, stealing, embezzlement, mismanagement, denial of justice and manipulation of truth, among others, etc. All we have been doing for ages is to complain against corruption, and against leaders as the actors of corruption, neglecting the followers who are equally perpetrators at the receiving end of spilled ill-gotten wealth. For this reason and many more, we have neglected the main work and deviated from primary focus of finding an end to it. But how do we find an end to what we also enjoy? You have to take personal responsibility and do something differently. I still remember the popular adage of the olden days. If the big thief goes into the ceiling to steal palm oil stored in 20-liter keg, he needs a ground support thief to collect it and put on the ground. Just imagine the man on the ground accusing the big thief as a criminal, all because he did not climb up into the ceiling. Something must be wrong because they are both culprits of the crime. The system empowers the rich against the poor cry while the rich fly. Civil rights and privileges are normally exclusive preserves of the rich. The poor continue to complain while the rich become wealthier, riding on the ignorance of the complaint poor. But come to think of it, the followers, in the category of the poor, are also part of the corruption undertaken by the rich and powerful. Take, for instance, who collects money from politicians during elections? Who sings praises on the powerfully corrupt leaders? The poor followers, of course. So it is imperative to accept that corruption is a shared phenomenon. Have you seen the book by John Obajimi? In his book, Credible Leadership: Solution to Nigeria's Problems, he classified corruption into two categories, namely, corruption of need and corruption of greed. I totally agree with him. These summarizes all corruption activities in Nigeria or anywhere in the world. However, have we ever considered that nothing corrupt human race more than failure to take responsibility to address societal abnormalities? When we fail to play our personal roles for development or to solve community or nation problems, we all get corrupted, and go deeply rottenly corrupted until you rise up to solve the problems. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index measures the perceived levels of public sector corruption worldwide. It perceived corruption as a problem for all countries. A poorly scored country like Nigeria is believed to experience widespread bribery, lack of punishment for corruption, and failure of public institutions to respond to citizens' needs. Some of the other evidences and consequences of corruption are poor education system, counterfeit medicine, and elections decided by heist backroom deals, stealing resources from the most vulnerable, undermine justice and economic prosperity. An excerpt from Corruption Perceptions Index 2015 read, not one of the 168 countries assessed in the 2015 index gets a perfect score and two-thirds score below 50. On a scale from 0, highly corrupt, to 100, very clean. More than 6 billion people live in a country with a serious corruption problem. Out of about 152 countries ranked in Corruption Index 2014, Nigeria, by order of transparency, took 136th position, meaning Nigeria was about 36th most corrupt nation in the world. The problem is, corruption is usually defined based on public sector, not all-inclusive. That makes citizens to shift blame only on the government, public servants and the political leaders. It is high time we shift focus of corruption perceptions beyond limited scope of public sector to include informal sector, which includes you. And perhaps this will enable every individual to take personal responsibility in addressing the problem of corruption and its associated problems. 4. Inequality. In the year 2011, there was a report that 80% of the world's wealth was in the hands of 20% of the richest population. In many developing countries, inequality between the rich and the poor, between the comfortable and the suffering poor, remains on the high rise, even though global efforts were being channeled towards poverty declines. Several comparative studies by the International Monetary Fund, United Nations Development Programme, UNICEF and the World Bank have showed that inequality is detrimental to development and sustainable economy growth, thereby having a serious direct negative impact on long-term poverty reduction and standard of living of the people. By mentioning inequalities, what will most likely cross your mind is gender inequality. But here we are talking about the widening gaps between the rich and the poor. It is extremely important we talk about how to either bridge or close this gap. Nigeria is often chanted to be the giant of Africa. According to GDP report in 2015, its economy was the largest on Africa's continent before South Africa overtook it as Africa's top economy in 2016 report. Talking about landed and mineral resources potential, Nigeria is one of the richest countries in the world with unlimited deposits of coal, lignite, petroleum, tin, columbite, tantalite, marble, radioactive minerals, wolfram, gold, lead, zinc, limestone, kaolin, clay, shale, natural gas and hydroelectric power, bar tiles, cassiterite. As a result of this wealth of resources, many Nigerians have abundant wealth while a majority live in penury. Minority few who can manage their way are in control of the highest percentage of the resources, leading to widening income inequality. This accounts for why many Nigerians, as is the case anywhere, clamor for equality for all. Please don't add me to the group of such opinion, because I know by experience that there can never be equality for all. What determines what people, community or nation gets as a share of the resources and personal choices and disposition to shared responsibility. Nothing great is ever free. Many citizens are locked up in erroneous belief that when the government achieves targeted economic growth as forecasted on national dailies, the end has come to their suffering. Let me tell you a plain truth that is just a figment of imagination. Several studies have shown evidences of worsening inequality and poverty despite economic growth by gross domestic products (GDP). Despite economic growth since the inception of democracy, inequality continues to grow. So what do you think could be the solution? Personal responsibility to create a new path of happiness for yourself or the community by identifying a problem to solve is a way out. I want you to look at it this way: has the fact that the richest man in Africa, Aliko Dangote, comes from Nigeria taken away hunger from Nigerians? The economic growth contributed to the nation through his efforts majorly benefits him and a few in his employment network. Though he has contributed largely to economic and infrastructure development of Nigeria and Africa, he gets paid for it. Many citizens remain poor still. So, what guarantees the growth of individual citizen are the personal decision and actions towards solving other people's problems. Alhaji Aliko Dangote decades ago took a firm decision to contribute to tackling challenges of gross inadequate basic needs of Nigerians and massive unemployment. The passion has led to production of cement, sugar and flour and so on. As of August 2016, Forbes officially ranked Dangote 51st richest in the world with net worth of $12.1 billion. Recently, as Nigeria suffocated and complained of fuel scarcity and food insecurity, he added petrochemicals and rice production in an attempt to solve more problems facing his county men and women. He targeted by solving the problems, he would be worth $75 billion in wealth within 5 years. You can become the illegal of today. What is that idea in your head to help others and the nation at large? Don't wave it aside. Do something. Start now. Terrorism. Terrorism is an illegal way of attempting to seize control or forcefully effecting a change in an organized society, community or nation. It could take political, economic or religious dimensions. The mode of operation is similar in every part of the world. Terrorists violate all principles of fundamental human rights, kill, maim, displace people from their legal settlements, leave people in penury and subject poor people to more poverty. Terrorism is a global problem and there is no nation that is completely absolved from its horrors. Terrorism, being expressed in Nigeria through the dreaded Boko Haram, has become one of the greatest problems in the last few years, making the country negatively famous world over. The terrorist organization fights against Western lifestyle and everything that comes with it: technology, education, medicine among others. Tens of thousands of Nigerians have been killed during several attacks by the terrorists, while millions have been displaced from their homes, villages, towns and even country. That greatly contributes to social problems in Nigeria. But it is not limited to Nigeria. In response to the menace of these deadly global threats and activities, the UN launched the UN's Victims of Terrorism Support Portal in 2014. The portal is dedicated to individuals across the globe that have suffered attack by terrorists, injured, traumatized or lost their lives through acts of terrors. It contains resources to provide information for victims of terrorism. Several reasons were believed to be the root cause of the Boko Haram and other insurgents in the country. They include perception or sense of deprivation, frustration arising from inequality. When hostilities are allowed to grow, people develop hatred. Active terrorism hampers economic growth and seriously affects the public in many ways. 1. It drains nations' merger resources. For instance, Nigeria's government was said to have budgeted and spent about $15 billion to fighting terrorism under the administration of former leader Jonathan Goodluck. Imaging what $15 billion could achieve for a nation. 2. Investors become afraid to establish business in a region of unstable situation. 3. Apart from direct people and family who suffer death, poverty and homelessness, the indirect impact is equally critical as residents in other, safe communities experiences fear of danger and depression. 5. High level of maternal and child mortality. Child mortality is a condition in which children under the age of 5 die as a result of certain unfavorable conditions, while maternal mortality describes death of women connected with pregnancy or childbearing. According to a United Nations Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF's report published by This Day newspaper, dated the 24th of March 2016, Nigeria loses an approximated 2,300 children under the age of 5 and 145 women die of childbearing conditions every single day, which accounted for the second largest number of pregnant women and child deaths in the world. These conditions represent two of the most tragedies plaguing humanity, as countless families, friends and the communities lose promising children and women to unsafe acts and unsafe conditions that are preventable given the necessary interventions. Since the year 2000, when Millennium Development Goals were pronounced, several efforts have been made by governments at all levels, NGOs as well as individuals, which have helped the country to make progress in cutting down infant and under 5 mortality rates. However, recent reports indicate that the pace still remains extremely slow, as Nigeria failed to achieve the Millennium Development Goals of reducing child mortality by a third by 2015. As a result of complications during pregnancy and delivery, within the first week of delivery, many newborn babies lose their lives in Nigeria. These deaths represent 1/4 of deaths of children under 5. These show the weak link between survival of newborn babies and the quality of maternal care in the country. Many preventable or treatable infectious diseases including pneumonia, malaria, typhoid, diarrhea, measles and HIV/AIDS are responsible for over 70% of the estimated 1 million under 5 deaths in Nigeria. Second to the above is malnutrition. Malnutrition also accounts for high rate of mortality among children under 5 in Nigeria. Another critical challenge leading to these preventable deaths in Nigeria is the coverage and quality of healthcare services delivery. Presently, vast majority of health facilities are in deplorable conditions while a great percentage of deliveries are attended to by semi-skilled birth attendants. There are wide disparities in maternal and child mortality from region to region in Nigeria. The northeast and northwest geopolitical zones of the country continue to record the worst child survival figures due to condition of medical care and nutrition. Do you know that reports have it that in 2015 child mortality rate in Nigeria reached a crescendo level as over 2,000 children under the age of 5 die every day of malnutrition, diseases and poor care. Abject poverty, lack of education among mothers and poor healthcare system contributed to such a high rate of maternal and child mortality being experienced. In most cases antibiotics that cost less than 1,000 naira, and 1,000, let's say $5, could have saved the life of a mother or a child. But such little cash is considered a luxury as it is unavailable to many parents, who apparently make living less than $2 per day, the benchmark for determining poverty line. Do you think there is something you can do to help with this problem in Nigeria? Think deeply about this. 6. Poor education. Education is the soul of any country and no nation survives without quality education. It is the key to securing great future. Education is the foundation upon which all other sectors are built. It is a well-known fact all countries of the world that advanced in economy and technology did not achieve the feats by magic or mere prayer but by quality education and skills development. Things are different in Nigeria. The education system has been deteriorating for ages. This ugly trend in the country's education has been attributed over time to a number of factors such as outdated curriculum, inadequate funding, low-quality teachers, poor infrastructure, poverty, and ineffective government policies. Going from primary and secondary to the tertiary education level, the road is mind-blowing. The decline is horrific and could only be arrested by all Nigerians, not only by government. First, due to economic policy, Nigerian government has not been able to meet UNESCO funding recommendation that 26% of the total budget be assigned to education. For instance, the 2013 budgetary allocation to the education sector is higher than those of other sectors. It still significantly fell below the 26% recommended standard. The federal government allocated N$426.53 billion to the sector, representing 8.67% of the proposed full budget of N$4.92 trillion. The government demonstrated effort by making allocation to education the highest, but due to the economic reality, she could only go as far as 8.67%. Many people argue that even though not sufficient, majority of the little fund released by government are diverted to private pockets. Again, corruption is blamed, such action and attendant consequences on the educational system. There is also the problem of insufficiency or deplorable state of physical infrastructure in the education sector. In some cases, the infrastructure is not only deplorable but is not available at all. You may have read and seen cases where pupils in primary schools and secondary or tertiary education students take their classes under tree or on the floor as a result of lack of standard classrooms. Beyond physical infrastructure, science, technological and laboratory equipment are lacking in most schools. Many students up to university either don't have access to computer or can't even use it for basic computations. The worst part of this group is computer science and technology undergraduates who could hardly operate computers. Moreover, the lack of constant electricity adversely affects science education and making learning environment chaotic. Consecutively for the past few years there has been a pathetic decline in the performance of candidates in WAEC examinations. A case study is the results of the May-June 2014 West African Senior School Certificate Examination, WASI. The released results showed an embarrassing abysmal performance, one of the worst results in recent times. Out of the 1,692,435 candidates who took the examination, only 529,425, representing just 31.28%, obtained credits in 5 subjects and above, including 1,163,010 candidates, representing 68.72%, and majority failed the exams. Just a little above 50% of Nigerian women are estimated to be literate, being able to read or write. Men, on the contrary, recorded higher rates of about 70%. Child drop out of school for such reasons ranging from cultural beliefs that are opposed to female education to child labor as well as poverty. In the early 2000s, the situation had started to improve, but now the trend of illiteracy in our people has rising again. All these developments indicate that more critical work is still needed by specially motivated individuals to rescue our future. You are one of these individuals. You are here to rescue your nation from whatever problem it is in. Also, a regular payment of teachers' salaries and allowances is a major clog in the wheel of our education system. Complaint against government's inability to measure up with some financial obligation usually lead to frequent strike actions, which has become the order of the day, dragging the education at all levels into nets of failure. This in turn causes parents and students to lose interest in education. Many students from indigent parents have as well dropped out from schools as a result of long strikes. Though free and quality education for all was embedded under Section 18 of the 1999 Nigerian Constitution, due to the poor economic condition of the country, the government is unable to meet this target even at primary school level, hence only very few parents can afford to enroll their wards in schools. Therefore, if the cost of acquiring qualitative education is to be made as low as reasonably possible in order to help children of the poor enroll in schools, personal social responsibility towards education supports must be at top gear in the country. That is one place you and I can come in. I want to ask you a question. What do you think you can do to help support the education in your environment? Though it's practically difficult for government to fund education 100% at all levels given current economic crisis, it's necessary to stress that free education at all levels is being practiced in many developed economies and has contributed immensely to their continual relevance among the world powers. For instance, Germany and Australia are two countries with very high level of economic advancement and technological breakthroughs. In order to keep the pace of development, majority of undergraduate and postgraduate courses have been made free to both indigenous and foreign students. It is important, however, to note that though the place of funding cannot be overemphasized, it is not necessarily the cure-all for all the ills in the education sector. For instance, a comprehensive review of the curriculum is pertinent to upgrade the education standards. Career counseling is critical in education. In developed countries, serious attention is given to empowering children from the scratch and aligning them in line with their passion and abilities as to become useful to themselves, the community as well as tools for nation's transformation. We also need to inculcate the Nigerian dream in our educational systems at all levels to teach our children the subject of personal social responsibility is core to ensuring human values are held in high esteem. Yes, it is incumbent on governments and their agencies at all levels to ensure that the level of education in Nigeria is improved. But beyond government, individuals have greater responsibility if the nation educational system must be revived. If the country is to be competitive with their counterparts across the world, you need to take responsibilities of bold, redemptive step to salvage the education sector and the future of the country. Many acknowledge that educational system of Nigeria is crashing but prefer not to do anything about it, believing it's government exclusive responsibility. Education is the foundation of economy revolution, but if the foundation be destroyed, what can a nation do? The answer is simple. We must go to those days when education used to be the priority, when failure in one subject is almost seen as failure in all. We must reward excellence and merit in education to encourage the people to take education serious. For you to achieve any or all the above, your focus must shift away from government as the sole organ responsible for reviving education in Nigeria. If you choose personal responsibility, it can go a long way in injecting our education with excellence. 7. Drug and crime. It's very sad for you to know that the attendant consequences of uncontrolled intake of alcohol and drug abuse have taken the country under bondage of domestic violence, armed robbery, election violence, terrorism and other social vices. Nigeria is not the only country being confronted the menace of drug and crime in today's world. Do you know it is an international challenge posing threat to human existence? Drug abuse is not a new phenomenon, it is as old as ages of mankind. In recognition of the adverse impact of drug and crime in the world, United Nations General Assembly in 1987 declared June 26th of every year as the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. This day serves as a reminder of the goals agreed to by member states for creating an international society free of drug abuse. It aims to raise awareness of the major problems that illicit drugs present to society and at the same time, remind youths and adults indulging in them to come out of the evil chain. In recognizing the linkage between the three, United Nations posted on her website that drug trafficking, organized crime and terrorism are difficult issues to confront. You can hardly separate one from another. In the word of President George Bush, former President of the United States, drug abuse threatens everything that is best about our country. It breaks the bond between parent and child. It turns productive citizens into addicts. It transforms schools into places of violence and chaos. It makes playgrounds into crime scenes. It supports gangs at home. Shedding more light and admonishing American people to desist from drugs, he said that drug users aid terrorists who get their money from global trafficking in narcotics. If you quit drugs, you join the fight against terrorism, he said. Recently, the Nigerian Director General of National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, addressing participants at an event to curb activities of insurgents in the northern Nigeria, emphasized that the agency has sufficient information validating that 80% activities of the insurgents and militants are fueled by drug abuse and alcohol. He posited that taking away drugs in our territories will go a long way ridding our nation of terrorism, militancy and other organized crimes. Several mechanisms have been put in place to effectively deal with the trend at international level. For example, according to United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, there is a common legal framework consisting of 16 universal anti-terrorist instruments, as well as other relevant UN Security Council resolutions. Part of the resolutions is a series of imposition of sanctions by UN which include the freezing of assets, a travel ban and an arms embargo on members of the Taliban, Al-Qaeda and their associates. UNODC stated that as at the time of reporting there were about 124 entities and 226 individuals on the ban list. But surprisingly, despite of international and nation force against the illicit acts, they keep growing. Can this suggest we change approach? I guess yes. We must change tactic to personal responsibility as a tool to stopping the crime. You will learn more of this in the last chapter. Vulnerability of Nigerian youth to crime and drug is very high. A report from Nigeria Bureau of Statistics claimed that 54% of Nigerian youths were without jobs in 2012. As a fallout, about 46,836 youths were recorded to have involved in different types of crimes, 42,071 of whom, representing 75.5%, were males, while the rest 24.5% were females. Among the 32 different crimes committed, the report claimed marijuana, Indian hemp smoking has the highest figure, representing 15.7%. Productivity of these youth has eroded as a result of drug and other related vices. Worsening is the fact that the effects of their illicit action affect the general public. The real reason everyone must contribute his quota to stop the menace by helping at one addict out of the act. What about rape? The ugly crime claiming lives of countless people globally has been found to be connected with drug intake by the criminals. Every community in Nigeria has a gory story to tell on this. Northern Nigeria is one of the regions with most prevalence of this unfortunate trend. Let us take Katsina State in the northwest of Nigeria as a case study. The Nigerian police force on August 15, 2016 announced that in Katsina State alone, it received no fewer than 20 to 30 reports of rape of minors every month. Deputy Superintendent of Police DSP Salisu Agesa, Police Public Relations Officer in the state, made this known while briefing newsmen in Katsina. He added that the command was worried about the increasing rape cases. The concerned police boss, while condemning the disheartening frequent occurrences, noted that most of the victims, who were underage girls hawking in the street, have died while others were left with severe injuries, trauma and sexually transmitted diseases. In order to stem the tide, the state government amended the law against rape, stipulating a minimum of 14 years or life imprisonment, with a fine of N$50,000 and compensation for victims by anyone found guilty of the offense. Yet the criminals are undeterred in the act. You see, like I always say, there is a limit to which law enforcement can stop crimes. It takes personal responsibility of the community people to get rid of the challenge by identifying with the actors, counsel, support and rehabilitate them through intensive care. It is also more effective to prevent young people from engaging in the act, because once they grow old, they become too hard to break. Though UN and other African countries including Nigerian government have made meaningful efforts combating the menace from different fronts, it appears the efforts are not yielding enough results as the problems keeps escalating globally. The solution therefore has personal commitment of individuals to curb the trend. The addicts live in our neighborhood, hence little arms of care from neighboring individuals may be more potent and effective than the wrath of law and gun attacks. 9. Tribalism. I don't need to explain so much to you on this. Tribalism has eaten so deep into our national fabric that I feel tempted to place it in the same category as insurgency. Unlike militancy and terrorism firing the nation from south and northeast respectively, tribalism attacks our nation from every side. Not only are we separated by culture or regions, we are divided by tongue even within the same community. At national level, rather than seeing ourselves as one indivisible entity and pursue one Nigeria dream, we chose to pursue divisive agenda as Igbo, Hausa or Yoruba. Nothing matter, except if it concerns my tribe. The only way Nigerians often extend help to someone in need is if he or she falls within the same tribe's religion, culture, languages or geopolitical zone. It has constituted a monster that we must all dismount. The time is now. Dr. Raji Bello of University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital described it in the best way that summarizes the menace in one his articles published online titled, Our Destructive Obsession with Tribalism. He wrote, I am writing this piece out of extreme frustration, caused by my countrymen's incurable obsession with tribal identity. In Nigeria today, tribalism has been elevated to the status of a national culture which dominates national discourse, controls how we think and talk, and determines what we oppose or support. It is promoted by the most educated and powerful among us, embraced by the young in the old, passed from generation to generation, and has even crept into our constitution. What motivated him was his experience when he stayed in Ghana for duration of 1 year without seeing, hearing or noticing a trace of tribal difference from among his Ghana colleagues, though they were from different divides. The fire in his heart prompted him to take a personal responsibility to write the article, not only to challenge his kinmen but motivate all Nigerians to come out of the ugly condition of heart. It is saddening to see tribalism control how we reason or talk. It actually determines our choices and opinions about leaders or government decisions we choose to oppose or support. You find it in almost all spheres of our community and national life. Be it business transactions, office or political appointments, relationships and religion. More saddening is the fact that you would have expected that with the advent of the Western education and associated lifestyle, tribalism would be gone forever in the country by now. Rather, our divisive cultures, religions and languages separate us more by the day. It is being transferred from generation to generation and now more refined in approach as it reflects on our social media connections. If I may ask, how many people that are not the same tribe with you are given proper attentions on your social media conversations? That is a small way to start dealing with the menace. What caused the majority of coups in Nigeria, especially the first and the second coups? Tribalism was at the heart of the game. Why is patriotism becoming a strange phenomenon in our land? It is because of tribal war. In fact, if there is any major enemy to patriotism and unity of Nigeria, it is tribalism, and we must deal with it the way we dealt with Ebola virus. Contributory factors fueling the embers of tribalism in Nigeria are not unconnected with our history, the stories we tell our children, the environment we live in, competitive spirit, greed and corruption. These factors and many more stimulate tribalistic tendencies in us. You see, this same tribalism is responsible for many acclaimed religious crises in Nigeria which have claimed the lives of several thousands of Nigerians. From 1980 to 1990 alone, well over 20 ethnic crises have been documented across Nigeria. Though many of these crises took place in northern Nigeria, tribal crises do erupt within the same geopolitical zone, state, town and even small communities. Professor Humphrey Nwosu summarizes the above when he said, "Breach of the peace caused by both ethnic and regions crises has been so great that political alignment and the formation of political parties have been characterized by the ganging of ethnic champions. Choices of who occupies our political offices are made not by merit but purely by ethnic class, flooding our leadership offices with incapable hands. Our hope rose to the highest heaven when the former President Goodluck Jonathan established the National Confab, a legal platform to address many of divisive challenges in our national lives. We rejoiced that the memory of our ethnicity palaver will soon be deleted from our minds." Unfortunately, the confab had rarely came to an end when pages of our newspapers and electronic media were flooded with hate disagreements from ethical groups, distancing and isolating themselves from the final output, the confab. So if a confab that gulped the nation's whopping resources could fail, then we have to try better alternative, which is personal responsibility by showing good example of Nigerians without border of region, religion, tongue or language. Start with yourself. I will start with myself. It is also worth mentioning that we must abolish state of origin from our documents, not only by paper but from our minds. It is my hope that in this generation you will change the trend and you will be among the national hopefuls that will transform the hearts of every Nigerian towards encouraging a borderless Nigeria where a Hausa man or woman will be able to run for a political position in the East without being discriminated against, where an Igbo person should be able to easily obtain a C of O in the Southwest. I want this tribalism change to start with you. Start seeing people around you as brothers and sisters. 10. International identity problem. This is so sad for me and will be to see the identity of Nigeria internationally. Nigeria has become a subject of ridicule among international community. It is sad we found ourselves here because Nigeria used to be the pride of Africa. Do you know Nigeria was setting standards in terms of economic and political development? The popular slogan of Giant of Africa was not a mere slogan but a reflection of Nigeria's identity as a pace-setter in Africa and beyond. You will remember that many nations including Ghana found haven in Nigeria decades ago. Our military is among the overall best in the peacekeeping operations of the United Nations. But today, the story has changed. We have lost our internationally reputable identity to crimes committed by few and, more sadly, failure of the majority good people to stand up, speak up and live up to our responsibilities of cleaning the mess. I once read a disturbing statement of an honest Nigerian who resided in Europe recently, and it got me crying for Nigeria. Against his will, he would only disclose his true, original identity as a Nigerian to his employer. He lied to every other person that he was a Ghanaian. Can you blame him? Is Ghana now better than Nigeria? Obviously no. You cannot imagine the kind of embarrassment he had been subjected to whenever he told people that he was a Nigerian. He had witnessed them wearing a different expression of disgust and quickly check for their wallet and credit cards to ensure it has not been picked, only by just mentioning Nigeria. You must be aware of media uproar against the President Muhammadu Buhari, when shortly after his election as a Democratic leader in 2015, he made a sincere but controversial statement that many Nigerians are criminals and that account for why Nigerians were not welcome abroad. Almost everyone took to the street of social media criticizing the open president, accusing him of painting the country in bad light before the comedy of nations. A development, according to many of the critics, capable of driving away foreign investors from doing business in the country. But Mr. President appears saying the truth here. Many Nigerians claim that life is too difficult to stay back home. Yet they have also made it extremely difficult for Europeans and Americans to accept more Nigerians, as they end up serving jail terms for various degrees of crimes. For instance, a good number of Nigerians in prisons all over the world accused of drug trafficking or human trafficking make the Americans or Europeans label every Nigerian citizen a potential offender. I believe you are not. I am not either. Ironically, these Nigerians have a better option of remaining at home, where their services are required to join hands with others in rebuilding the country's economy. Let us look at a few of the cases of international embarrassment suffered by Nigeria in the full glare of international public, unfortunately by a very few individuals. Indonesia drug convicts, 3 out of 4 are Nigerians. Indonesian President Mr. Joko Widodo believed Indonesia was facing drugs epidemic and emergency as a result of rising drugs consumption, particularly among young persons. To proactively frustrate or arrest the trend, he decided to strengthen the use of capital punishment for the offenders. July 28, 2016 was a black day as the news filtered through the global news lines that 4 drug traffickers arrested, prosecuted and sentenced to death by firing squad had been executed. But guess what? Out of the 4, 3 were Nigerians, while only was of Indonesia origin. Similarly, in 2015 alone, not less than 12 Nigerians faced execution for drug trafficking in Indonesia alone. While reacting to the incidents, Danjuma Sheni, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Nigeria, was quoted as saying, "As you have just seen, we have protested very vehemently the execution of Nigerians, and we are still looking at other options." That recalling ambassador may be along the line, but we are looking at other options. I have just appealed to the government and people of Indonesia to show some clemency as we move forward with regards to the 12 other Nigerians still on death row in that country. We hope at the end of the day, there will be some form of clemency for our people, and we do not hope, as of now, that it will have any significant impact on our relationship. You can imagine a nation of pride, one of the fathers of Africa continent, fully endowed with abundant natural resources which other nations always pray to have even half of it, begging a small nation like Indonesia. What an insult! 3 Nigerian Hajj pilgrims arrested in Saudi with cocaine. Nigerians have rarely recovered from the shock when another horrifying news broke out on August 17, 2016. 3 Nigerian Hajj pilgrims were arrested in Saudi Arabia with cocaine. Pilgrimage is a sacred adventure, providing platforms for people across nations of the world to pray and purify themselves, but our brothers and sisters chose to carry cocaine. Now imagine again, just 3 persons putting the whole nation, including you and I, into mucky water of shame and reproach. What a horrible news! Barely a month after the Indonesia execution, we had to go through another trauma in the international space. September 2, 2016, another bomb rocked Nigerian news sky, this time around a middle-aged mother, Binuyo, 55, and another Hajj pilgrim, was arrested by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja on her way to Saudi Arabia for prayers. According to Nigecom, one of the Nigeria's online news platforms, Binuyo was nabbed while on the exit checking of passengers on an Emirate flight traveling to Medina via Dubai, United Arab Emirates, UAE. Hamisu Lawan, NDLEA commander at the Abuja airport, revealed that as at press time she has excreted 76 pellets of drugs that tested positive for cocaine. Asked why the traitor and mother of three got indulged in the shameful act dragging the image of Nigeria into disrepute, the alleged drug trafficker, an indigene of Iropodan local government area of Kwara State, north-central Nigeria, claimed she wanted to expand her business. Can you imagine? This is a shame. Nigerian criminal gangs busted yet again. Crimes committed by Nigerians were not limited to drugs. First week of September 2009, 11 criminals, 8 of whom were confirmed to be Nigerians, were reportedly charged in federal court in the Twin Cities over fraud for counterfeiting credit card scam that allegedly got them well over $650,000. They were charged for manufacturing faked cards to withdraw the cash from more than 170 automatic teller machines in the metro area. The mode of operation was obtaining personal information about customers of Capital One Bank through an online platform based in the Ukraine. Having got wind of customers' information, they allegedly manufactured the counterfeit cards, processed new personal ID numbers from the bank which enabled them to withdraw a whopping sum of $652,205 from the teller machines. Some of the stolen money were used to purchase vehicle parts or used vehicles, and shipped to Nigeria, and sold at high profit margin prices. Some of the defendants allegedly recruited Nigerian residents in Minneapolis to buy vehicles at auto auctions, giving them cash to make the purchases. These happenings are a great shame to our country, Nigeria. What of the stealing by a pretty mother of three? The most surprising and unfortunately thing is that even women, I mean married women, expected to be the pride of the nation, who should be advising young men to desist from illicit acts, are even more immersed in the dastard acts of soiling the nation's reputable identity than men folk. I want you to follow this story closely. September 20, 2016 was another black day for Nigeria as media all over the world broke sad news of police's arrest of Akudihor, a Nigerian woman who traveled to the United States with her 3 children on holiday. She was caught on CCTV footage stealing over 50 different items including clothes and accessories which she secretly hid under the shop stroller as she endeavored to make her way out of the shopping mall. The total value of the items she was accused of stealing was put at just $2,000, but she was charged to court with felony theft and granted bail in the sum of $2,500, a higher price than what she was alleged to have stolen. You can imagine putting Nigeria's identity in the blacklist of the world for a token of just $2,000. The list is endless. Every day comes with a different report's denting out image in the public glare. World over, in every case of arrest and prosecution in connection with drugs and other major crimes, the likelihood of Nigerians being involved is very high, denting the image of the good people of the land, an unborn generation who are far more in numbers than the little bad eggs. The cumulative effects of these are terrible. Every Nigerian, both the good and the bad, suffer repercussions of the dastard acts. This is very appalling. John Obajimi also recounted his ordeal when he traveled to Netherlands years back. At every checkpoint, Nigerians were the only citizens subjected to mockery search, while others, including visitors from neighboring African countries, were given clean slate of passage. Even points where they were to exchange currency like dollars to euros. They were shocked at how they were subjected to excruciating pain arising from rigorous screening to confirm that the money were not faked. Nigerians are divided over the international embarrassment the country is facing. Some are of opinion that the country is under curse that can hardly be cured, while others believe it is not a big deal. I have heard series of arguments from Nigerians that whatever crime committed against the whites should be taken as a payback for evils committed by Europeans during colonization era. They maintain positions that the Europeans have committed more crimes than Nigerians are committing now. Well, they may not be totally wrong after all, but two wrongs don't make a right, except in mathematics where negative times negative brings positive. But even in the mathematics, adding two or more negatives could only produce more negatives, not positives. Dear reader, I want to assure you that Nigeria is not cursed. No, we are not cursed. I believe that negligence of responsibility must have taken us here. I know someone, even you, might be saying that Adelaide, why wasting your time on a matter too big for government to successfully handle? But I need to tell you this truth. Nigeria is my nation. It's my birthplace. I can't change that. I can try to make it better. Though we may be complaining about the ills, it's still my country. Yes, I agree there are thousands of Nigerians disposed to fraud. They travel outside the country to commit fraud. Well, this is not peculiar to us alone. No nation of the world is free of criminals. The same way, by the reason of my stay in Europe for decades, I do not agree that everyone or majority of Nigerians that travel abroad do so for fraud intentions. My practical experience in Europe has proved that Nigerians are among the most hardworking people you'll ever come across as you traverse the world. Though I have not seen it all, I have seen so much of Nigerians doing great stuff beyond the whites, in all spheres of life. Some Nigerian university graduates would rather prefer to do security guard works just to survive instead of indulging in crimes. In fact, one of such was a chartered accountant, who was working as a security guard earning as low as $100 monthly. Rather than being given to crime, he chose a more honorable path of pain, working in one of the most undignified environments. Fortunately, one of the customers of the company where he was struggling got to know he was a professional chartered accountant. Surprised by his humility, the customer decided to secure him a profitable job as an accountant in a reputable firm. That was the end. As at the time of writing this book, he was happily married with kids, riding a good car and living in a well-furnished two-bedroom apartment. I am aware that in the U.S., there are facts that West Africans, especially Nigerians, are far more educated and intelligent than the average other American. I believe you should be aware of the record-breaking medical breakthrough in United States, October 2016, when a Nigerian pediatric surgeon, Oluyenka Olutoye, removed a 23-week-old fetus from mother's womb, operated the unborn baby for tumor and returned her to mothers to grow till 36 before delivery. Nigeria shone brightly not only in the White House but on the global space through Olutoye's personal responsibility. Nigeria is full of good people. I am one of them. I believe you are one of the good fruits as well. That is why you still reading the book. I once heard someone said, it is not the individual's behavior that counts, but the collection of the culture. And even if you want to fight the course of a better Nigeria, where is the willpower? Where are the people to do it? First, if you share the opinion, I am happy to tell you that the above statement is wrong. It is the individual's behavior that counts the most. Collection of culture is indeed a collection of individuals' culture and behavior. It takes you and I to redeem this nation. We should be proud of who we are and what we have. Nigeria is a great nation. Don't get me wrong, I am not proud of the criminals or the criminality, but I am proud being born a Nigerian. I believe in this country, we can be great. I am sad seeing our national identity spoiled by just minority few. This is my simple analogy. I am born into a family, so I must be proud of the family because that is my root. The fact that some members of the family choose to be bad is not enough for me to disclaim it. I can never get another biological root. This is why I will constantly play my part to influence the bad eggs to ensure they change their habits. So I do not subscribe to the fact that being proud of Nigeria connotes giving approval to criminality. Being proud of our country is not tantamount to approving the criminal acts. In spite of campaigns and other coordinated efforts of Nigerian government, little results have been achieved in curbing the trend of criminality. But do we keep our fingers crossed as good citizens? No, not at all. You remember the popular statement that an injustice to one is an injustice all. Well, let me rephrase it this way: an injustice by one is an injustice from all of us. This is why we must be concerned about our collective image being soiled in crime daily. Let me also answer the above question of whether we should keep our fingers crossed as good citizens with a quote from Martin Luther King, Jr. Whatever affects one directly, affects all indirectly. I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. And you can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be. This is the interrelated structure of reality. Really, it is a reality that it is the duty of every individual to help the government achieve the big task of solving the problems of international shame and reproach brought upon all of us by the few culprits. Do you ask me why the perpetrators grew as a child from one environment? Even as adults they grow and live among us. I have a strong feeling that if they were properly embraced or assisted by someone, you or me, they might have become good ambassadors like any of us. Let me give you an example of how personal responsibility can provide solution to national embarrassment in the future. If you know a friend, neighbor or relation living beyond their verifiable legitimate income as a result of criminal acts, you can advise them to change their way. But if they do not desist, if your safety will not be guaranteed, you may report them to the nearest law enforcement authorities such as Nigeria Police, EFCC, FBI, EFCC, Interpol, etc. You can be a volunteer to security agencies for your environment, safeguarding the society and make it free of criminals by playing your part. So what's next? I know you may be saying now that you have listed the top social problems in Nigeria. The next thing should be recommending to the governments at all levels or place demands on them to develop strategies or policies to solve them. But I tell you, I will not do that because that is not the purpose of this book. Have you ever asked yourself these fundamental questions? What are the fundamental root causes of social problems in this Nigeria? Why is it that despite several promises and actions by the constituted authorities, they are unable to proffer reasonable solutions to our perennial problems? The answer is simple. These problems are rooted in the hearts and minds of the people, and they cannot be uprooted only by the government's social programs or enforcement interventions due to limited resources and other external factors beyond the control of government officials and public office holders. The only sustainable way to deal these chains of problems is for you to raise awareness and people to realize that directly or indirectly, they are the part of the problems and should be ready to be part of the solutions through personal responsibilities. In this chapter, we categorized Nigeria's problems into technological and social problems. We reasoned that technology has capacity to solve most parts of the social problems. The problems were broken down into pieces for you and other change agents to decide which fraction to devote your life and time to solve. On the crime-related social problems, we could agree that balancing evil with the good is one of the best ways to stop evil in our land. The good people must wipe evil out by doing good. Through helping someone in need or serving as volunteer to security agents, that is a good way to stop crimes in all its forms. In the next section you will learn how to solve any problem and transform Nigeria. 1. Every developed country is recognized for invention of products. 2. Identifying a problem as a social one helps everyone in the society to mobilize individuals or community resources to eliminate or mitigate it. 3. We must raise personal responsibility awareness and innovations that will commit individual to establish vocational trainings, technical skills, 4. Corruption of the system as well as the people encourages system failure, bribes, stealing, embezzlement, mismanagement, denial of justice and manipulation of truth. 5. Many preventable or treatable infectious diseases including pneumonia, malaria, typhoid, diarrhea, measles and HIV/AIDS are responsible for over 70% of the estimated 1 million under 5 deaths in Nigeria. 6. Education is the soul of any country and no nation survives without quality education.